Our tail of the tape for this first fight, Paweł Szymański. 9 victories, 25 years old, or pardon me, Luka is 5 years the elder of his opponent, Luka Memeli. Both men fighting out of Italy, Paweł fighting out of Milan. With the official introductions, here is Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to Allianz Cloud in Milano, Italia. Bellator kickboxing begins now with three-minute rounds at 140 pounds. And now, first introducing the blue corner. At 5'10", weighing in 139.8 pounds, he is professional record 15 wins, 13 defeats, 2 draws. He fights out of Milano, Italia, Paweł Szymański. And across the cage, ring, his adversary fights out of the red corner at 5'10", weighing in exactly the same, 139.8. As a professional, 9 victories, 2 losses. He hails from Bergamo, Italia. Introducing Luka Memeli. In charge of the action, your referee, Reese Romanazzi.
Loris Romanazzi, our referee for this first fight. Love to do some kickboxing. Red gloves for Memeli, blue gloves for Szymański. Here we go! Things get underway. Big John, first and foremost, take us through the rules and the differences between Bellator kickboxing, maybe what we've seen in Muay Thai, and of course K1.
Yeah, there is a big difference, and you're going to see Szymański is your typical Muay Thai trained fighter, and he's going to have to adjust to the rules of Bellator kickboxing because elbows are not allowed. If you clinch, you must attack within 1 second. If you grab the leg, you can only hold it for 1 second before attacking, or you have to let it go. So there's a lot of elements that are different from Bellator kickboxing and Muay Thai.
And Josh, when you've trained your entire life and your muscle memory does certain things, it's tough to change, isn't it?
Yeah, you have to be very careful of the fouls. That's the one thing that you have to be very careful of, because then you end up losing points, and in a 3-round fight, that's very devastating to you.
3-round fight. Our main event scheduled for 5 rounds. 3-minute rounds in Bellator kickboxing. Memeli off to a good start.
Memeli is off to a good start. Has landed a good right hand twice, really giving Szymański some problems. He felt those.
So here they utilize the clinch, and here, as you talked about, Big John, is the quick break.
Well, they have up to 5 seconds. If they are attacking in that clinch and they're throwing knees, they have up to 5 seconds to continue that attack. If the referee feels that they are being offensive, he's going to let it go. If he feels they're stalling in any fashion, he's going to stop them and break them.
You just saw there, you're not allowed to pull the head down into the knee, correct? Because he just gave him a warning for pulling the head down into the knee.
Some subtle differences between Muay Thai, K1, and our rules here in Bellator kickboxing are more similar.
What you're seeing out of Glory has their kickboxing rules. Bellator's are exactly the same.
Yes.
Both written by the ISK and Corey Schaefer.
Memeli, at the age of 18, joined the National Junior Light Kickboxing team, moved to the seniors program the following year, progressed from here in his home country of Italy. Says his punching power is much bigger than average fighters in this 140-pound contracted fight tonight. And a big overhand right. Nice counter.
He's hurt. Memeli is stunned by that right overhand that came and hit him. Just trying to get his bearings. Hold on it for as long as you can. That's smart fighting.
He got a little carried away and overreached, left himself out of position, got caught with that overhand right.
Landed a good left hook right there, though. He's back.
Josh Szymański's doing a good job with that counter left.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. I want to see him utilize his kicks a little bit more to keep the boxing of Memeli at bay.
twice. Mameli, step over, leg kick, landed it hard.
Round 1 in the books. Fighters making their Bellator kickboxing debuts.
Look at that beautiful left hook by Mameli. Here comes a big knee. He had a lot of good moments in there. There was a moment for Szymanski when he landed that big right hand, but overall, that's right where he just got hurt. Luka Mameli had a very good round, landed more of the damaging strikes in that round.
Round number 2. Blue gloves for Szymanski, red gloves for Mameli. Paweł Szymanski, born in Poland, fighting out of right here in Milan. Scoring system in Bellator kickboxing, Big John.
What the judges are looking for, the number one thing they're looking for is the knockdown. They are trying to see if someone knocks another fighter down, that's the greatest advantage. The next thing, step down from there, is going to be damaging blows. Blows that they see have an effect on their opponent. They either stagger their opponent, make them wobble, or just you could see that they start to change the way they're fighting. The last thing they're going to be going off of is volume. That's when you get into that punch stats and how many times they land strikes. That's the last thing the judges are going off of.
Josh, would you say Luka was the busier fighter in the first 3 minutes?
No, he was the more effective fighter. That's all that matters, really. When you come down to you're landing the cleaner shots, the better shots, the ones that judges pay attention to, I thought he was the better fighter.
And that's a great combination. Good counter with the leg kick. Man, he is starting to hammer the same spot. He being Szymanski, hitting that same spot on the lead leg of Mameli.
You see Mameli starting to kind of switch his stance a little bit or bring that lead leg back just a tiny bit so he can get it out of range a little bit faster.
Where many times you're going to see a Muay Thai fighter has the advantage is he'll have the advantage with his kicks. The kickboxer many times has better hands.
Yes.
And so there is a give and take here of who has an advantage where.
Past the midway point of our fight. 3 3-minute rounds in Bellator kickboxing. Both men in the Bellator kickboxing ring for the first time. Both talked about what an honor this opportunity is.
Nice. That was a nice right hand right there by Mameli.
Mameli keeps on trying to bring that overhand right, but to sneak that left uppercut inside.
The only issue I have with Mameli is that he's not checking the kicks after he throws his combination. And Szymanski's throwing the leg kick right after he throws.
Mameli talked about the fact that his opponent has the majority of his experience in Muay Thai fights. In fact, Paweł Szymanski has only fought once under kickboxing rules.
And that is a disadvantage to him. When you get used to having Muay Thai rules where elbows are part of your attacks, coming inside and changing that distance, it is tough to get used to that different rule set.
I think what's the hardest for Muay Thai guys is when they get to the clinch, they can't hang out there and do work. There's a faster pace to Bellator kickboxing.
And Josh, that's where Muay Thai fighters live quite often and do their most damage.
Yes, exactly. What happens is I talked to some guys, John Fitch, who has been over to Thailand a bunch of times. You have guys that are 120 pounds that he can't get off of you. So that lets you know when you have a Muay Thai guy who lives out in that clinch and now you're taking that away from him and you're making him break faster. Now he's got to put more work out throughout the round that he's used to. That makes him more tired.
Here's the kick by Szymanski. You can see. Nice. Luka tries to get that left hook. Not enough. Clean shot.
So amongst the prohibited techniques, elbow strikes, as John and Josh talked about, throws, takedowns, of course, submission attempts, or striking a downed fighter. Fighters may only clinch if they immediately attack with the knee strike, as Big John McCarthy had alluded to. Third and final round. Poland's Paweł Szymanski in the blue gloves, and Bergamo, Italy's Luka Mameli in the red gloves. Good team. I was just going to say, Josh, let's see if he continues to work that leg kick, and he does.
Mameli's having a lot of success, though, with his left hook off the counter from the leg kick.
Came across on that one, John.
And you can see exactly what you're talking about with the leg kicks, what they've done. Szymanski has beaten up the front leg of Mameli, and he's having a hard time balancing. You saw him actually lose balance at a certain point there, and that's because of the damage.
Check. Two minutes remain in our first kickboxing matchup here from Milan. Great press forward.
It is, and what you're seeing is Luka Mameli, in my opinion, needs to actually close the distance. He's got the better hands. He's the one that's able to do better work, and since the clinch is not going to be that effective for Szymanski, it's time to move himself in and use those hands so he cuts off the ability for Szymanski to land that kick.
I couldn't agree with you more. You got to stay in that boxing range when you're having such success with your hands, whereas Szymanski's having more success with the kicks. Mameli needs to get in the boxing range.
And Mameli, Josh, as you alluded to, is starting to lose his mobility.
Yes.
That was a big right hand from Mameli.
Very even fight with just over a minute on the clock. Switch kick. And again.
And you can see just the production of Szymanski start to drop off right after that right hand. So it's telling you, as a judge, oh, that hurt me. I need time to collect myself.
That jab just missed. Big swing and a miss. Mameli utilizes that jab very, very well. And he's bloodied up Szymanski and knocked him down. And that is huge here in the third and final round.
Well, that is not scored as a knockdown. He does sweep him off of his feet. It was a good kick, but since you saw Szymanski up on one leg, the referee rules that as a slip and bring him back to their feet.
Szymanski went to the well too many times with the push kick. Mameli timed it, swept the back leg. Very nicely done.
Final seconds, and they go the distance. Absolutely have to love the pace of Bellator kickboxing.
Yeah, the pace is what makes the fight so good because they have to remain active. Here you go, take a look. This is what Josh talked about, the sweep of the back leg. You saw Szymanski up on one leg. Now it gets attacked, it gets swept out from him. That's why it's not a knockdown. The referee's gonna rule that as a slip.
How much does it play a factor, though, in a judge's eyes? I know he knows it's a slip, but it still looks like you dominated a position.
Well, no matter what, you're still getting the score of the volume kick. That kick landing, it's a clean shot, it lands. You're getting these judges to look at it, and if there is some emphasis, no matter what, when you end up hitting the canvas, it always plays a part in the way the judge looks at it.
I feel like it always gives, as a fighter, it feels like it gives you a chance to collect yourself and get your breath. When you can take someone down and just let them sit for a sec while you...
You know, absolutely, and not only that, it gives you a second to collect yourself, and you're making them get up.
Yep.
And getting up, no matter what, it starts to burn energy.
At my age, just getting up without kickboxing burns all my energy.
I was just going to say that.
I'm pretty much spent for the day. By the way, happy birthday, Big John McCarthy.
Happy birthday, big guy.
65 today.
What a guy. That's when you know you have good friends.
Right. All right, the official decision of our first fight is in. John's not 65. Here's Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go to your three judges at ringside. All three judges, Stefano Valente, Valerio Domi, Marco Bacor, all score at the same 30-27 for the winner. By unanimous decision, Luka Mameli.
Luka Mameli, victorious in his Bellator kickboxing debut, the Italian national kickboxing champion. our tail of the tape for this lightweight matchup of unbeaten fighters. 7-0, 11-0-1. Born in the Ukraine, Baby Yaga will have a slight reach advantage once again. Michael C. Williams.
Now moves to the lightweight division, set inside the ring for three-minute rounds. We introduce first the blue corner at 5'10", weighing in 153.8 pounds. His professional record undefeated, 11-0-1. He fights out of Milano, Italia. Taras Baba Yaga Hnatchuk. And across the ring, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner at 5'9", weighing in 153.6 pounds. As a professional, he's undefeated as well. He brings 7 wins, no losses by way of Varga. He fights out of Milano, Italia, Giacomo Licheri. And the referee in charge, Marco Pacor.
Marco Pacor, our referee. Lightweight matchup. Again, the fight scheduled for 3-minute rounds.
Our referee is just a little confused by what should be done.
We are underway. Baby Yaga, Taras Hnatchuk in the blue gloves, Giacomo Licheri in the red gloves.
Oh, you can see that nice teep kick hit him right in the solar plex, and you could see that Licheri was like just stepping back, trying to gain that composure back. That hurt.
You dig the ball of the foot into the midsection of your opponent, and you are going to leave a mark.
Oh, nice left hook over the top by Hnatchuk also. He's going after him. He's starting off fast. He's got power in his hands. He's got good kicks. Licheri just sticking tough, going after him too.
The boogeyman, Baba Yaga.
One of the big differences you're seeing right now, Mike, one is throwing shots straight down the pipe. The other one's winging shots outside. Those outside shots take a while to get there, and that can be a disadvantage.
Good counter by Licheri, who said he feels the difference in this fight is his ability to adapt to anything.
Well, he had to adapt right off the beginning, and he has some head movement in here. He's trying different techniques, but he's got a guy that is pressuring him and being right in his grill the entire time.
Too tight for that spinning kick to be effective. Good knees.
Was a good knee inside by Licheri.
Oh, nice head kick.
Just hit him with the flat part of that foot at the end of the toes.
I see a lot of wasted movement, though, from Licheri. He's not staying composed with his defense. He's winging punches from the outside like you were talked about earlier, John.
He's taking some big shots. Just took another right hand. I think that Hnatchuk sees that he is hurting him with these shots, and he's starting to just try to march him down. Pick that big shot. You should just think about just touch him, let his hands go, keep doing what you're doing.
Undefeated in 15 combined amateur and professional fights, Baba Yaga. Taras Hnatchuk. 40 seconds on the clock, round 1. Licheri switches his stance, and now back to orthodox.
Nice rip to the body twice, but a good left hook by Licheri coming up. Look at all of the motion. Look at all of the techniques. Look at the energy these guys are throwing out. It is non-stop for 3 minutes.
And certainly at 19 and 20 years old, fighting on the biggest stage of their young careers.
Here we have that. Here comes that right kick up. That hit him solid. The big difference is you can see, oh, it actually hit him even more with the foot than I thought. Those toes were actually passed, so that had a lot of impact. I give Licheri a lot of credit in surviving that kick. That hurt.
10-point must system utilized in Bellator kickboxing. Prioritized criterion that values knockdowns, impact on the opponent, clean scoring strikes. As John alluded to before, and as Josh talked about, you don't have to be the busier, you have to be the more effective and the more damaging.
Well, what that's really coming down to is a lot of guys are getting, well, this guy landed 50 strikes and this guy landed 35, so the 50 wins. No, if the 35 are better than the 50, that's the man that gets the round.
If I dropped you with 2 punches and I only threw 2 punches in the round, I win the round.
That's true. Nice hook to the body again.
Both fighters mixing it up. You see Licheri utilizing that switch stance again. Side kick. Watch for the big left hook of Hnatchuk.
Licheri trying to give him a lot of different looks. He's got some head movement in there. He's moving himself laterally in the fight. That's all good work. He just needs to start thinking about, I just keep landing shots. He just took another big left hook, though.
Licheri's throwing that kick, and he's too close. He's kind of in boxing range as he throws it. So Bobby can just throw it, clinch to the knee right away, or he can throw his hands as well. He can mix it up in that close range.
He also gives a tell when he's going to throw his kicks. You can see watch his face. His face actually, his head starts to turn a little bit, and he starts to grimace down when he's going to throw his kicks. He's got to stop giving that tell.
Continuous kicks to the inside of the right leg by Hnatchuk. There's that hook, John, you just missed. Good jab.
Good stiff. And what he's doing, he's starting to set him up with that jab. That left hand that you're seeing from Hnatchuk is going to start setting up that right high kick.
Saw that head kick coming. Good pace between these two young fighters. Final 20 seconds of round number 2.
Licheri needs to be very careful of dipping his head and rolling out. You dip your head, you can be bringing your face down to meeting a knee very easily.
Allianz Arena, Milan, Italy. Gaia, Selene, Georgia, and Louise. With us here tonight, third and final round. Our main event is for the featherweight championship. Gabriel Varga looking to defend against Christian Fostino. Three minutes remain.
Nice front kick straight up the middle to start the third round by Hnatchuk.
Good shot to the body. Big John, how do you have it after a couple rounds?
There's no doubt. Taras Hnatchuk has won both of the first 2 rounds. 10-9 on the scorecard, so you're going to have to see either a knockdown by Licheri to bring this back into an even or a knockout to win it.
Josh, how does Licheri try to set that up?
I mean, realistically, right now, it looks like he's running out of gas. So for him to set this up, he needs to be a busier fighter. That doesn't always work. He needs to be more accurate, though, with his combinations. There's a lot of wasted movement that we had talked about earlier. He needs to kind of just use his movement to work his way in and throw heavy punches and combinations.
And this is when you are someone like Licheri and you keep throwing with everything you have on every shot. You can only do that for so long, and then when you're taking shots on top of it, it just empties your gas tank.
Economy of motion. Heavy kick.
That was a nice leg kick inside.
Baba Yaga looks good, just 19 years old. As I mentioned, undefeated in 15 combined amateur and pro fights.
You can see how he sees the damage he's doing, and he just keeps going right back after it. That left leg it's toast. It is hurt, and he just keeps trying to hammer it.
The back leg is hurt because they don't take leg kicks as often. Normally when your lead leg is taking the leg kick, it's used to the absorption of taking that leg kick. Well, that back leg is not used to it, so now Baba Yaga's kicking the back leg. It's changed the game in the third round.
And Josh, he's finding that same spot, regardless of which stance Licheri is utilizing.
And Licheri is trying to move away from it. It just is not working for him.
Nasty shots over and over from Taras Hnatchuk here inside the Allianz Cloud.
This is a lot of leg kicks, even the kicks coming up. This is when your coach tells you, give me 1,000 kicks on the bag. This is when it pays off.
Licheri's not throwing any combinations, though, off the leg kick. As he throws the leg kicks, you got to make him pay for it. He'll stop going there to the well as much as he is now.
Ah, it's hurting bad.
Yeah.
He doesn't even want to throw. He doesn't even want to square off with him.
Doesn't want to put any weight down on that leg.
Great performance by Ukrainian-born Baba Yaga, the boogeyman.
Here comes the leg kicks. This was the story of the third round. Taras Hnatchuk saw that these leg kicks were starting to take effect. They were giving Licheri a problem, and he just kept going back to the well, just hammering those shots. You can see he's crossing his legs. There is damage there. That is a painful, painful experience.
Here is Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, in 3 full rounds, all 3 judges at ringside have it the same, 30-27 for the winner by unanimous decision. Taras Baba Yaga Hnatchuk.
Leg kick 101.
Plus 102.
Yeah, and 103. I think you might have had a 201 and a 301 junior year course as well. Congratulations. As Baba Yaga moves to 12-0-1 in his professional career. Our tail of the table, look at this, 33 wins, 32 wins, 27 years old. Birthday boy, you go ahead and tell us that this is
virtually identical.
Michael C. Williams.
Here in Milan, Bellator Kickboxing continues now with three 3-minute rounds in the featherweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner at 5'10", weighing in 141.6 pounds. As a professional, he stands with 33 wins, 2 losses, 2 draws by way of Ethiopia. He fights out of Firenze, Italia, presenting King Kareem Nagazi. And across the ring, his adversary fights out of the red corner at 5'9", weighing in 141.2 pounds. His professional record, 32 victories, 10 defeats, 1 draw. Fighting out of Milano, Italia, introducing Andy Bonat. In charge of the action, your referee, Stefano Valenti.
Stefano Valenti, our referee. What happened to easy names like John McCarthy? Our referee. Even Jared Bilal would be simple at this point. We are underway. Bonat in the red gloves. King Kareem Nagazi in the blue gloves. Both making their Bellator kickboxing debuts at 27 years old. Quick hands, nice combination.
Nice job of finishing with a kick by Bonat. He used his hands, set it up, finished off with a kick. Anytime you see a guy doing that, he's in control. He's doing well.
There it is again, John.
Anytime you can get a guy's hands coming up to cover his head, to block shots, they are not thinking about checking with that leg in the proper fashion. When that leg gets hit by that shin, it does a lot of damage early.
Andy describes himself as a boxer who prefers close distance and trading at close range. Now, that doesn't mean he's not a kickboxer, but he likes to fight in a phone booth.
That's because he's good with his hands, and everyone's got what they're good at. And in this, you know, Nagazi, he's got very good kicks. You watch him win his fights, he's very long. He uses kicks to keep the range that he wants. And in the complete contrast, Bonat is a guy, he wants to come inside of that phone booth. He wants to be in that range where he can just utilize his hands and take those kicks away from you just by where he's standing.
Bonat with the right hand counter.
What I'm seeing with Bonat though also is he can throw his left hook and still turn his kick over on the right leg kick. So he can still generate good power off the leg kick by fighting in that phone booth and throwing that left hook.
Absolutely, and he's digging to the body. You can see that he's giving Nagazi a hard time with those body shots. You see a guy starting to duck his head and bring the hands way up high, trying to cover not only his rib cage and his head with those forearms. It's telling you, I'm getting hurt here.
Bonat's got to be careful, though. He doesn't go to the well too many times with that leading left hook, because then Nagazi can just step in with the knee right to the body when he opens up.
Swing and a miss from King Kareem. Inside leg kick. Very seamless switching of the stance by Bonat, walking his opponent down.
And right now, he's in total control as far as where he wants the fight to be, when he wants to attack. He's not taking any steps back. You can see as far as, you know, he's comfortable. He's just leaning a little bit back. Oh! That's considered a knockdown.
Is that the example that you were talking about, Josh?
Yeah, he went to the well too many times with that left in.
Exactly what Josh talked about.
And now he was not hurt. He wasn't hurt with that, but he was off balance. And being off balance, you hit the ground. The judges, that's a 10-8 round for your opponent.
Hard to fight back from a knockdown, literally, from the point of view.
Yeah. Here's that knockdown. Watch. Knee comes inside. You see his feet almost crossing because he loops that punch. That knee is a beautiful shot. He loops the right hand. He is twisted and he gets hit with his legs not in position. That puts him down.
Yeah, he didn't really throw it. He didn't really throw a left hook. He kind of threw like a little loopy left, not really loopy, straight jab kind of left hook, but left himself out of position after he threw the right hand.
And Josh, that was Bonata's round up to that point.
100%.
So nice job done late by the native of Ethiopia, fighting out of Florence, Italy, Kareem Nagazi. Bellator kickboxing rolls on from the Allianz Cloud in Milan, Italy. Round 2. Mike Goldberg, Big John McCarthy, Josh Thompson.
Nagazi is doing a very good job. He's getting that long lead knee right to the solar plexus. That's starting to have a little bit of an effect on keeping Bonat outside.
Bonat works as a butcher at an Italian supermarket full-time. So when he throws the leg kicks, I would say he's trying to chop down his opponent, right?
Whatever you want to say, chop, butcher it, it's all good.
Yeah, cut into it. Again, other than our title fight, our main event of the night, fights are scheduled for 3 3-minute rounds here inside the Bellator kickboxing ring.
You can see how much action these guys are bringing, how much they put out into trying to be offensive during this fight. Nice counter right hand up high.
I think people at home watching, they don't understand how hard these kicks and punches are landing. We're sitting here ringside. I was about to say cage side. Sitting here ringside, and you can just see the sweat flying off the body as it makes contact, whether it's the head punch or the body kick.
That one off the arm, but still towards the body.
And you can see that Nagazi's having a problem. He's going backwards too fast, telling you he's trying to gain distance, and Bonata's not allowing him to have it. Nice shot with that left hook.
Big right hand there as well, sucked through.
And Bonat knows that he needs to pick up the pace after the late knockdown at the end of round 1. Body shot.
It's very hard in a 3-round fight to make that body shot effective because you want to chop that body down, and within 5-6 rounds, like in boxing, it can really have an effect. It's very difficult to do it in a 3-round kickboxing. But boy, he just hit that left hook to the body hard.
And I like how he sets it up, John.
Yeah, just nice, and he digs. He's getting a full extension of his hips into it. There's a lot of power behind that shot.
You see that shoulder dip first, you think about one man, Mike Tyson.
What I like also is that sometimes he's going with the overhand right, and then he's going right to the body dig right after that as well. So he's mixing it up, not just going just straight to the body shot.
Bringing that defense of his opponent, Josh, up so that he can land to the ribcage. 20 seconds on the clock here, round number 2. Featherweight matchup. Featherweight title on the line in our main event.
Bonat's doing everything he was doing in the first round, except he picked up the pace in the second and landed the cleaner shots.
And he hasn't gotten knocked down.
Yes.
The real question for you, Mike, is now you saw 10-8 in the first round, 10-9 for Bonat in the second. Watch the effectiveness of Bonat here. Watch the right hand touch, watch the left hook come. Right pass, square on the jaw. Beautiful shot by Bonat. But what we have is if Bonat can win this next round, we're gonna have a draw. Now, normally in Bellator, when we have a main fight, we'll go to a sudden victory round. But because this is a early prelim fight, it would actually end up as the draw.
So with the knockdown, 10-8 early, and now 10-9. Good leg kicks, good pace.
Yeah, Nagazi's trying to come out, attack that leg. Good shots.
caught the kick.
I like the attitude that I'm seeing out of Nagazi in this round. He's going after this. He wants this win, and he knows, I think I lost that last round. If I win this round, I get this fight, I'm going to take it.
Both men with a ton of experience professionally at 27 years old.
Oh, he's landing some good shots. That right hand snuck in and touched that chin.
Bonat fought for a world title in Morocco. Likes to utilize the left hook. He says, when I fight, I give everything I have. And he needs to here in the third round, Josh, because of the 10-8 in round one, due to his opponent knocking him down.
Yeah, Nagazi is actually winning this round. I have it a little bit right now. He's winning the round. He started off fast, but he's slowed down, as you can see. Bonat now can press the pace, staying composed. Now he's starting to walk him down, making him move backwards.
Josh is exactly right. Nagazi came out hot and landed a lot of shots and actually stung Bonat in this round. But he is starting to gas a little bit, and that output is starting to slow down.
Lead uppercut. Looked for it again. Different, of course, than MMA with the guard with the gloves. You can slip that lead uppercut between those small gloves in mixed martial arts. Not quite as easy to do here inside the Bellator kickboxing ring. I like that punch.
Nagazi had a nice left hook, beautiful. The range is different from MMA to kickboxing. The pace is different. Everything about the sport is different. People just think that MMA guys come out and they fight like kickboxers, or kickboxers fight like MMA guys. It's completely different. The range, the distance, the pace, the speed.
The timing.
All of it. The defense of using bigger gloves and smaller gloves. There's not one thing that is similar.
Well, just take out the threat of the takedown. Start there, Josh, yeah. And the list gets long, as you just described.
That was a off-balance kick, put him down.
You saw the ref wave it off, so not a knockdown. Final seconds of the fight.
Big right hand right there.
Yeah, Bonat turning it on late. They go to the distance. It could be headed to a draw.
Could be. It's going to be interesting to see the way the judges look. That third round was a split round. In the first part of the round, you saw Nagazi going after Bonat, and then the last part, Bonat landing the better shots.
Nagazi had success when he came out in the beginning of the round, throwing leg kicks, throwing hands, throwing leg kicks, throwing hands. As the round went on, he gassed himself out a little bit, slowed down. Bonat was able to come on in the end of the round. And now you got to remember, at the end of the round is when the judges pay, I feel like, the most attention.
Beautiful straight right hand down the pipe by Nagazi. He did some good work early in this round. That left hook touches, watch the right hand, straight down the pipe, nice shot.
Josh, that big flurry late in the fight, third and final round, similar to that late takedown in MMA at the end of a round, that leaves an impression in the judge's mind.
It does, but you know what? I'm going to refer to my partner here. I'm going to ask you, who do you got?
Well, I'm just saying late in the round, it's an effective move. I didn't say that it won the fight, the round of the fight. I'm just going to your point that, yes, they see the last thing. Michael C. Williams. Waiting to gather the judges' scorecards as the knockdown in round one favors the man in the blue gloves, of course, Kareem Nagazi. And we now will find out if the judges feel like Bonat did enough in rounds 2 and 3 to even this featherweight fight up. All right, Michael C. Williams has the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the decision, we'll go ringside. Your first judge, Judge Pokor, scores the fight 29-28. He sees the fight for Bonat. His scorecard, however, overruled by judges Domi and Romanazzi, both seeing it the same. 28-28, both have it even. The bout is judged a majority draw.
So much as we alluded to, the majority draw. And Joshua's that late takedown that made the difference.
Every time.
Majority draw. Our tail of the tape for this 110-pound matchup. You look at the difference in the record, the difference in the age, but the 19-year-old Josh has the slight reach advantage.
Yeah, slight reach advantage, but the inexperience kind of throws me off a little bit. But when someone comes in, they really don't care. Once the lights turn on, it's all about performing.
Michael C. Williams once again with the official introductions.
Tonight from Allianz Cloud, Bellator Kickboxing Now presents 3 3-minute rounds at 110 pounds. Introducing first, the blue corner at 5'4", weighing in 109.8 pounds. Making her professional debut, she hails from Bordeaux, France, presenting Jorand. And across the ring, her adversary, fighting out of the red corner at 5'3", weighing in 110.3 pounds. Her professional record, 66 wins, 17 losses, 4 draws from Milano, Italia, Silvia, Little Devil, La Notte. In charge, your referee, Jorand Villel.
Jorand Villel, our referee. Little Devil, Tasmanian Devil is her style of fighting. Silvia La Notte. Jade Jorand. Blue gloves for the 19-year-old, red gloves for the 37-year-old native of right here in Milan. Fast pace early.
You're going to see a fast pace. Both of these girls really like to come forward, so they're going to meet in the middle and throw down. The question is, how does Jade Jorand respond when you see La Notte do things that are not exactly like an amateur fight? Amateur fights are sterile, they're clean. Professional fights are dirty.
Jorand just had a beautiful push kick to the face. Very nicely done. What I like from Jorand is that she's not showing her any respect, letting her know right now, I'm going to dictate the pace of this fight.
So not only does she face a veteran with 66 professional wins, she does so in that veteran's hometown. Graduated college in 2018. Her challenge was to graduate school, be a European and a world champion, all in the same year, and she achieved it all.
One of the funny things about this fight, it was the French Federation that asked to have Jade Jorand fight La Notte, a person with so much experience, because they said, we believe that she is the star of the future. We believe she has the skill set to be with someone that's a veteran fighter. The ISKA actually asked for letters from both the Italian Commission and the French Federation to make sure that this fight was allowed.
By age 15, she was on the French national team. Her father is one of her coaches. Pressure now from La Notte. Just past the midway point of round number 1. La Notte in the red, Jorand in the blue.
Jorand's got some serious spice in her. When they went to break, she pushed her away, was ready to go again. They're setting a pace, though, right now for a youngster, which makes me feel like in the second and the third. But the experience will also play a factor as well.
Right now, if you're looking at Jade Jorand's the one that's she's dictating that I'm going to be the forward fighter. I'm going to be the one coming forward, and you're not going to be able to come forward on me.
This is a big fight, though. nerves, second, third round, start to maybe wear on you a little bit. It's a big fight. You're fighting someone that has this many fights, the composure in the second and the third rounds.
Well, the nerves aren't going to hit her if she's doing well. It's when she doesn't do well, how does she handle that situation?
And the potential adrenaline dump is always a factor. But again, the aggressor thus far in this fight has been the 19-year-old. In total, between tournaments and single matches, Jorand said she has already competed in around 60 bouts, most of those in Muay Thai, round 1 in the books.
Good round for both women. You see Jorand putting her hand up like, oh yeah, I belong. Here you can see Jorand coming forward. Look at that beautiful front push kick, brings it up high, right towards the neck area, and then right here, beautiful right hand. Not showing Notte any type of respect. I don't care how many fights you've had. I am here, and I'm here to show you I belong.
If there was any uncertainty in the mind of the young native of France, and I don't think there was, Josh, as she walked in, there certainly isn't any uncertainty that she can compete against Sylvia after the first 3 minutes.
She's fighting a great fight right now. She's just got to keep it going.
Round 2. Quickly, Notte out with the push kick.
Nice little left-right hand combination by Jorand.
Oh! It is all over! Just like that! Wow!
I want to see that as far as when that kick was thrown. Was the referee in the middle of separating the fighters, or was that just a clean kick?
Head kick knockout for the 19-year-old.
Watch this situation. We got a clinch. Referee did not stop the action. He's letting them fight through. One fighter decided to fight through. That was Jorand. Notte made the mistake of relaxing. She relaxed thinking the referee was going to separate. That was a bad mistake. Big win for Jorand.
Cardinal rule for fighters, never stop till the ref stops you.
Protect yourself at all times.
Michael C. Williams to make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator kickboxing ring, it ends 12 seconds. Round number 2 by knockout. The winner, Jorand.
1-0 as a professional winner by knockout. Congratulations, 19-year-old Jorand. Our tail of the tape for this contracted bout at 174. Look at the experience of both of these men. Yuri the Prince, 4 years the elder of Iron Chicetti. Once again, Michael C. Williams.
Bellator kickboxing now features 3 3-minute rounds at 174 pounds. Introducing first, the blue corner. At 6 foot, weighing in 174.2 pounds. His professional record, 51 victories, 9 losses. Fighting out of Regione Italia. Introducing Iron Chicetti, Domenico. And across the ring, his adversary out of the red corner. At 5'11", weighing in 173.5 pounds. As a professional, 44 wins, 20 defeats, 2 draws. Fighting out of Minsk, Belarus, presenting Yuri, the Prince Bessmertny. And the referee in charge, Dan Murgliata.
Dan Murgliata, our referee, 67th professional fight for Bessmertny. 139th fight when you combine his professional and amateur matchups. The native of Minsk, Belarus in the red gloves, Iron Chicetti. Domenico in the blue gloves. His friend, Christian Fostino, will fight for the featherweight title in our main event later tonight against the champion, Gabriel Varga.
You can sometimes tell when someone comes out worried about the other fighter's power. They just come out and cover up to fill it first to get themselves warmed up for the big power shots.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're seeing out of Domenico right now. But you see that Yuri, he's just very relaxed, not even throwing hard, just testing little motions out, see where his punches land, see the openings that Domenico creates trying to defend.
And in the pre-fight interviews, Domenico did allude to that head kick knockout, that famous one that we spoke of a moment ago, John. And so John and Josh, he does have a ton of respect for the power of Yuri, so weather that early storm, if you will.
Well, if you look at the entire lineup of people that Bessmertny has fought, I mean, these guys, he's gone through killer's row throughout his career. He is very good. His record with 20 losses, you think, well, no, he has fought the very best and come away many times with split decision losses against guys that we consider the best in kickboxing. 2
serious operations on a broken right hand over a decade ago. Winner of 3 of his last 4, which includes that rematch and the unanimous decision victory in Genoa against Kareem Ghazi. 64 amateur wins, 44 professional wins.
And you can see Bessmertny just trying to take and he slap hands away. He's just looking to see the reaction. When he creates an opening, he wants to see the reaction of what Domenico's going to do, and then he's going to come back with something that he hasn't seen. And it's always that when you get a fighter that starts shaking his head like, no, that didn't hurt. All the judges are, yeah, it did.
Yeah. And he's got the tattoo on his leg, it's like a target. Like, hit the tattoo again. Hit the tattoo again, Yuri the Prince. And he did. 5-time kickboxing world champion in the red gloves, 3-time kickboxing world champion in the blue gloves. 20 seconds on the clock. Round number 1, Mike Goldberg, Big John McCarthy, Josh Thompson, Milan, Italy. Allianz Cloud.
The crowd goes crazy for Dan Murriata.
Bessmertny, John, you talked about the list of huge victories that he has earned. A win over Giorgio Petrosian's brother Armin. Pretty impressive as well.
Yeah, Armin's a fantastic fighter. Giorgio Petrosian being one of the very best kickboxers in the world at a weight class that's below Yuri, but his brother fights at the welterweight level, and he is a stud.
I remember when we did our first kickboxing together in Rome, you told me about Petrosian, and all the fighters also talked about what an honor it was to be on the same card as Giorgio.
Giorgio Petrosian is just an artist when it comes to kickboxing. His ability to counter, his ability to see the things that are going to be openings for him later in the fight, he's remarkable.
Born as Yuri Gorbyshev, he fights under the surname Bessmertny. Looking for his 2nd Bellator kickboxing victory. For Iron Giuseppe in the blue gloves, this is his Bellator kickboxing debut.
And he's doing a very good job. He's trying to do exactly how he likes to fight. He wants to come forward, he wants to put pressure on you, and he is working at doing exactly that against Yuri here.
Both men with a ton of experience. Italy's Domenico said, I always try to train in Holland. Did most of his preparation for this fight at Mike's gym in Amsterdam. 2 training sessions a day. And of course, you can find yourself some great sparring partners amongst the Dutch.
When you're training at Big Mike's, there is a ton of killers in that gym that will definitely put you through your paces anytime.
Do it the Dutch way. just past the midway point of this 3-round fight.
And what you're seeing out of Bessmertny, watch how he's just touching, just little bits, and then he'll all of a sudden turn one on to the body, puts a lot of power behind it. Not everything he's throwing is heavy. He's just setting things up, and every now and then he turns it on with a power shot.
Yuri's very relaxed. He's keeping composed, very defensive fighter, and then he lets you throw, and then he counters very well back.
Exactly.
And Josh, one of the keys, not just in boxing, but we see it quite often in kickboxing, is that change of pace. You change your speed, you set up a little slow, and then you pick it up, and that's when your opponent really can't figure out what's coming.
Yeah, you basically want to just touch. When you touch them, let them know they can be touched, and when you find them in the range you want to be in for your power punches when you throw your power. Otherwise, you start to get tired when you're throwing heat the whole time for the whole fight. You're not going to last the whole fight. So you touch them, let them know you can touch them, and then when they get in the range you want them to be in to land your power shots, that when you let go.
It's John, if you throw a 98-mile-an-hour fastball every single pitch, the hitters are going to figure it out.
They do, and that, being off speed many times is what gets through. You don't have to throw everything real hard. You just want to touch your opponent, make them think about it. And right now, both guys are landing. Bessmertny came up with a beautiful high kick, and you saw the response by Giuseppe Domenico. That was a nice left-hand counter over it.
Final seconds of the round.
When we're talking about a fighter throwing, just not throwing everything hard, look at that nice little right hand to the body. Watch the left hand, right, left, and then he'll turn on the heat. This is a la Nate and Nick Diaz, what they do. I don't know who Yuri wants to kiss right there, but there's someone actually really pretty out in the crowd.
You do look good tonight, John.
I've been told.
Yeah, you often call yourself from your other phone. And
I clean up well.
You do clean up well. Okay, back to the fight. Third and final round. Big John, how do you score it?
Right now I've got Yuri Bessmertny. He's definitely ahead in this fight. He's the one controlling it. Not that Giuseppe's not doing good things. He just isn't doing enough to take these rounds.
That a slip a moment ago, not a knockdown.
Nice little uppercut inside. Even though that you're aiming that to go towards the chin and the nose, but it goes off of his forehead. But still a good shot.
He's threading that little uppercut right between the gloves.
Yep. Nice little right hand uppercut. He sees the opening. You're seeing Giuseppe have a very high guard. He sees that opening. He's trying to dig it right through the middle. That right hand just blasted him.
And one of the things, John, I know you really like about Yuri's game is not just the confidence in his power, but how he keeps everything tight.
Yeah, it's so... When you got a guy that you think you can hit and you watch everything that Giuseppe's throwing, a lot of it's bouncing or glancing off of the gloves, off of the arms, off of a defensive action by Bessmertny, which is telling you how good he is as a kickboxer.
Let me ask you this, though, John. I feel like that he's the better fighter, but should he be doing more to maybe potentially get him out of there?
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Josh. And this sometimes... You'll get a guy that knows, oh, I'm better than my opponent, and I can just sit here and just go through the motions, and I know I'm going to win, instead of opening up and going after that finish, which tells everyone, I want to watch you again. Yeah, you can win, but there's things about getting a crowd behind you, getting fans behind you because of how you go about trying to finish the fight.
Giuseppe realized that he could aim high as a professional Muay Thai fighter and kickboxer back in 2014.
That shot hurt.
When he was able to better and what he said humiliate a very good Dutch pro, a veteran of over 100 matches.
And that's what you're talking about, Josh. When you're in there with a guy and you're giving him more minutes, it's one of those minutes that you could get touched with something, and in that Giuseppe hit Bessmertny with a beautiful shot that rocked him. Yeah, he covered it well, but he was hurt.
I've always felt I don't get paid by the minute.
No.
Get him out of there.
You can get him out of there, do it. Don't play with a dangerous guy.
Final seconds of this 3-round fight. Yuri's bloodied up.
What people need to
As
understand
is Giuseppe.
What people need to understand at home, right, is that I'm not telling him, or I don't think Yuri should chase after him and try to force a knockout. But he's been touching him and touching, landing clean shots. When you hit somebody with a clean shot, then you pour it on a little bit. If it's not there, it's not there.
Yeah.
And you can tell he has that experience to be able to do that.
No doubt.
But he just didn't seem like he did it this fight.
No, he saw times when he actually hurt his opponent. He saw Giuseppe going back, and he just decided, I'm just going to let it go, and just kept on doing what he was doing instead of picking it up. Here's Giuseppe. There's that left hook. That left hook clean. Look at Bessmertny. He's feeling that shot. Has to reset. Right hand comes down the middle. That's because he got stung by that first shot. Everything starts to slow down, and when things are slow and you're the guy getting hit, that's not a good thing.
His defense all fight was good. He got caught with that shot, and then he let the right hand sneak through. That wouldn't have snuck through if he wasn't in trouble.
Yep.
Bessmertny's teammate, also fighting out of Belarus, Alazov, will compete in our co-main event of the evening. This one goes the distance. With the official decision, once again, Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the decision, we'll go to your judges' scorecards. All three judges, Sal D'Amato, Jaron Pallel, Doug Crosby, all have it the same, 29-28. For the winner by unanimous decision, Yuri, the Prince Bessmertny.
2-0. As a Bellator kickboxer, his 45th professional victory, unanimous decision win in what is his 140th combined professional and amateur fight. Our tale of the tape for this featherweight fight. The former champion, 39 years old, his opponent 3 years younger, 2 inches taller, is the sole assassin. Here is Michael C. Williams.
From Milano here at Bellator Kickboxing, we go back now to the featherweight division scheduled for 3 3-minute rounds. Introducing first, the blue corner. At 5'8", weighing in 144.6 pounds, his professional record, 34 wins, 10 losses, 1 draw. Hailing from Genova, Italia, presenting Sean Conialozzi. And across the ring, his adversary out of the red corner. At 5'10", weighing in 145.6 pounds, the former Bellator Kickboxing Featherweight World Champion enters tonight with 33 professional victories, 11 defeats. Fighting out of San Diego, California, USA, introducing Kevin, the Soul Assassin, Ross. In charge, your referee, Brian Miner.
Brian Miner, our referee. Fight scheduled for 3 3-minute rounds. A combined 67 professional wins. Kevin Ross in the red gloves. Southpaw stance for Sean Conialozzi. He is in the blue gloves.
Oh, you look at that beautiful low kick by Kevin Ross on that lead leg. Back leg as Conialozzi is trying to throw. Kevin Ross is a technician, but he's had the same problem as Conialozzi. Comes from a straight Muay Thai background, beautiful lean back. He is a guy that has had to learn how to fight kickboxing because it is different, and now he's saying, I'm feeling much more comfortable with it.
And Kevin Ross made the comment, John and Josh, that this would be a tough fight for Sean because of the different pace of kickboxing as opposed to fighting in Muay Thai.
Yeah, I agree. We talked about it earlier with the boxing versus Muay Thai. The hands and the speed of the boxers do well against Muay Thai guys because they lack kind of in the boxing area where they lean on their elbows, knees, and kicks. With Kevin, though, Kevin used to train up at CSA, and they're very good and very well-rounded. They got a gym filled with just MMA guys, kickboxers that fight this type of style of kickboxing. So for him to leave and move down to Southern California, that shows that he just needed a change of pace.
Gaston Bolanos, of course, a longtime teammate of his, and Kevin has said in the past he loves fighting in Italy. He has family here. He had not been here in about 2 decades before his fight in Florence back in December of 2017, a non-title fight. And then really, Kevin's comment, John, on the knockout that Gabriel Varga earned in the title fight, he said, I didn't really make a mistake, it just got clipped. My hands were up, they were in the right spot.
It just
he
went
just
through
found
his
a
hands.
home. Yeah, he just found a home.
And you can find that hole in the defense, and his hands were in the right spot. It just went through, and it landed in the right spot that it hurt Kevin. He couldn't recover. I talked to Kevin about his absence and moving down to San Diego, and he talked about, man, I just needed a break, and I am refreshed now, and I've decided, okay, I'm out of Muay Thai. I am into kickboxing, and I am going to start fighting like a kickboxer instead of a Muay Thai specialist, where kicks and the pace is just different. He goes, I want to have a high RPM fight. I want to go after him with a ton of techniques.
His book, Dancing with Sanche, went 5 rounds. That taught him that he belonged. 39 years old, born in Reading, Pennsylvania.
What you have to remember is this: Joe Schilling's making his transition from kickboxing to MMA. Bolanos is still doing both. You can see, though, if you want to make that transition, Kevin Ross is doing that. Look, even though it was Muay Thai to kickboxing, it's still a different sport. That's what you're looking at. It's the same sport, but it's different. And you got to make the full committed change if you want to do it. 1 foot in, 1 foot out is not the answer. This is the hurt business. This isn't something you do half foot in, 1 foot out. You have to go all in.
Hezdi Yergis fighting in MMA later tonight here inside what will be the Bellator cage, which is hanging high from the Raptors right now. A push late in the round. And that, what Josh said, John, is a perfect example, because Hezdi, with all the kickboxing and Muay Thai experience, said that he has left that all behind.
You have to
focus on MMA.
It was one of the things I was talking to Kevin about, and we were talking about other fighters, and Gaston Bolanos was one of the ones that we were talking about. He goes, I've told him, pick one. You cannot be a world champion at all. They are different, and you must train differently for all of them.
Hezdi's wife, Denise Kielholtz, is trying to do both.
Yep. Now she is the Bellator kickboxing champion, and she is fantastic. But you can see that she has struggled in the MMA realm, because you can't be that world champion in both. It is so difficult to be a world champion, and to do it in 2 different sports, you're asking so much.
I told you earlier, the pace is different, the range is different, everything is different from MMA to kickboxing. It's the same thing from Muay Thai to this kickboxing.
Round 2 of 2 men who are coming off of title fights against Gabriel Varga, the former champion with the slip.
And one of the things if you're watching the fight right now, one of the differences, Conialozzi is still fighting like a Muay Thai guy. Look at his head movement. It's non-existent. That's why Kevin just blasted him. Kevin is at least starting to give that head movement. You're seeing him start to roll and slip. And all of those things make it more difficult to land that shot. Look where his head comes off the center line. Even with the kick, nice job of defending by Kevin Ross.
And he just ducked under that spinning kick so calmly.
And it's not this exaggerated movement. It's the 2 to 3 inches that you're just slipping. That makes all the difference in the world.
Puts you in position for that slip and rip.
Yep.
Kevin Ross has said in the past, being a champion is the culmination, not about winning streaks. It's how you handle yourself after losses, during the hard times, and Kevin has always done that in first-class fashion.
Right now you're seeing a difference in style. Conialozzi is going after the very big, flashy techniques, while Kevin Ross is going after simple, basic techniques, but one is landing while the other isn't.
Conialozzi Sonpayak, his nickname passed on from his father, means a man who fights in different ways. Midway point of this 3-round battle.
That was a nice left hand by Conialozzi that landed.
You can tell that Kevin's been obviously at a new camp, but he's working on different things. He's a little bit off pace than we normally see him. He's a little bit off pace. But you can tell he's working on the things that they're working on in his gym.
Starting to push forward here in the latter part of round number 2. The man in the blue gloves fighting out of Genoa, Italy.
You saw how he threw that hand and then cut the angle on it to try to throw the second. Nice body shot by Ross.
Conialozzi was coming off a long break from a bad injury from some knees he took in a previous fight. Gave Gabriel Varga all the credit for the finish in 2 minutes and 42 seconds, but said, you know what, maybe under different conditions I might have been able to withstand that blow and continue to fight. Maybe the winner of this one could see Gabriel Varga down the road and have another chance at featherweight gold. Final 30 seconds, round 2.
Kevin doing a good job getting his head offline and then coming back with that little lead left uppercut.
Yeah.
It's very nice.
And you can see every time that he decides to step outside with his left leg, he's landing that hook to the body, and he's keeping Conialozzi from being able to attack with a counter.
Good body kick.
That was nice there. He stepped, turned off the pocket, threw the punch, caught the kick, and then threw off the kick, catching of the kick. Very nice.
And good knees right in the final seconds of the round.
Watch Ross here, left hand, nice, beautiful left hook straight up. And you can see what I'm talking about with Conialozzi. Nice little slip of the big flashy movement, but they're just not hitting Kevin Ross while Ross is touching Conialozzi.
Getting set for the third and final round. How's this one stand in your mind, John?
Right now, I've got Kevin Ross leading this. He's the guy that's landing the volume. There hasn't been really any damaging shots by either fighter. Obviously, no knockdowns, but Kevin Ross is the one landing the volume. He's the guy that's ahead.
I like what you shared with me, one of your favorite Kevin Ross quotes. If all else fails, just remember, don't act like, you know, and everything else will work itself out.
There you go.
I don't get it.
We'll text you.
Okay.
It's a certain body part.
It's, yeah, it just didn't want to say the word. Yes.
Right there is exactly
old.
what Kevin Ross needs to do. That nice little step outside to the left. Every time he does that, he causes a big problem for Conialozzi.
Very nice job catching the kick, throwing the right hand right off of it.
15-year-plus journey, 33 professional wins, 16 by knockout for the former champion. Just leans back away from that kick.
This is a fight that I wish was 5 rounds.
Yeah.
Because you can tell the first 2 rounds was their warm-up.
You can see right now, both fighters getting in the pocket, feeling that range and trying to unload with shots. Nice job by Conialozzi coming forward. But Ross is just rolling and just flowing with everything that's happening right now.
By age 21, Conialozzi had been fighting in some of the biggest stadiums, world famous, in Thailand. So both men have really starred in this sport and in Muay Thai and striking. K1 kickboxing glory for a long time. Final 130 of our third and final round. That kick checked.
Nice, very nice job on that. Remember we were saying he stepped off and comes back with that little
Every
quick
time
uppercut.
he steps off to the left, he has been landing the shot and being able to come with a counter, and nothing can come back on him when he uses that footwork in that fashion.
Because his head's off center, right?
Absolutely, man. You know, what is Conialozzi going to try to land with? Well, he's going to try to land with his power, which is his left hand. And when a guy has stepped outside of you, you can't throw it.
Taking those shots on the elbow and firing right back. Final 40 seconds now. And to Josh's point, 5-round fights have been on the docket of Kevin Ross in his Bellator kickboxing career.
I mean, huge difference in the Kevin Ross I'm seeing. He just took a good shot there, though.
And another. Conialozzi coming on late.
Kevin in Muay Thai used to use a foot sweep all the time. Right now, he'd like to go back to it. He just knows he can't use it in the kickboxing ring. Big shots, nice. Conialozzi going after it, like it.
What a fight! Kevin Ross, Sean Conialozzi, putting on a show here in Milan.
We have two guys with this much experience. I'd like to see a little bit more because we saw the best rounds was in the third round. Normally you see the best rounds in the first round with guys that don't have this much experience because then they get tired by the third round. These guys are just getting warmed up in the third round.
Yep. Watch the shot here. Beautiful left hook, right hand straight down the pipe, and then the uppercut. That's nice work with the hands, and look at that step outside. Conialozzi trying to come back. That nice uppercut by Kevin Ross. Beautiful footwork. That's what I'm talking about. You do that, you're controlling the fight. Conialozzi trying to come back. Throws the right. Here comes the straight right. That one lands. Nice little left. Not a lot of power behind either one, but those are landing strikes.
Kevin won the title back in 2017, going the full 5 rounds. Won by split decision. Let's see who has won this one. Michael C. Williams with the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the decision, we'll go to your judges' scorecards. Stefano Valente scores the fight 29-28, while judges Doug Crosby and Sal D'Amato both see it the same 30-27. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision, Sean Conialozzi.
That is a huge win coming off the title fight for Sean Conialozzi as he defeats the former champion. Our tail of the tape for this 132-pound matchup. Look at the experience of Alex Avagadro. And with the official introductions, once again, Michael C. Williams.
For 3-minute rounds, introducing first, the blue corner, at 5'5", weighing in 131.2 pounds. His professional record, 46 victories, 5 losses, 3 draws, hailing from Bergamo, Italia, introducing Alex Avagadro. And across the ring, his adversary fights out of the red corner at 5'7", weighing in 132.3 pounds as a professional. 23 wins, 5 defeats, fighting out of Maida by way of Milano, Italia, introducing Luca, the Sniper Chicetti. In charge, your referee, Kerry Hatley.
Kerry Hatley, our referee. Chicetti 20-0 as an amateur, 23-5 as a professional. Facing the European Muay Thai champion and former 2-time Italian national Muay Thai champion, Alex Avagadro in the blue gloves, and the Sniper, Chicetti, in the red gloves. Luca said, I never think about how I should win, I only think about winning. A rematch amongst friends who will go full force for the potential of 9 minutes. Say I did my math there. Good combination.
Was, but a nice left-hand counter by Chicetti during that. That was the best punch that landed.
Avagadro said, Josh, he thinks, or he feels he's a little less predictable in comparison to other kickboxers. Power on my side, but at the end of the day, strategy wins matches.
Has nothing to do with being predictable or not. They know each other, so they're already predictable. I think that's why you're going to get a great fight out of them. When you fight guys you already know, you guys have tendencies that you don't shake in one fight camp or two fight camps. You can't get rid of it. So the fact that they know each other really well, I expect this to be a barn burner.
First fight back in March of 2016. Went the distance.
That was a nice knee right there by Chicetti.
You could hear it.
I think that opened up a cut on Avagadro.
Right below the eye.
That eye is starting to have some swelling to it. That's what happens when bone hits bone. He's trying to give it in return, but that eye is going to start giving him a problem. He is not. In fact, he just kicked the referee.
Are you thinking of broken orbital?
I am thinking it's a broken orbital.
For something to swell that fast.
Yeah. Anytime you see swelling that quick from a shot, now bone on bone, it can break that little orbital bone that actually, kind of holds the eye in. It is very thin, and it only takes the right pressure to break it.
Josh Koscheck.
The big thing is now you have a fighter that cannot see out of his left eye. That is a bad thing, because anything that's thrown to that left side, he is going to see too late, and everything's going to start hitting him bad.
John, tell me.
No, it's not. It's not worth it.
That's it.
Because you're talking about he's damaged to the point now he's not the same guy. He wants to fight. He's got heart. Hey, it's a loss. Yeah, that sucks, but it's not that big a thing. Let's get you out of here and let's come back and do it again. Watch this flying knee right here. This thing lands flush. Nice timing. Boom. Switch knee. You can see it gives that little, oh, that didn't hurt. Yes, it did. Straight into the eye socket. And you can see that eye is swollen shut. He cannot even open the lid.
Yeah, 100% shut. There isn't even a little peek out of that.
For the fans at home, I want you guys to understand, when you break the orbital right, the eye will start to droop between where the broken bone is.
Yep.
And then that'll cause double vision, potentially a loss of your eye, more or less like a double vision. And the rest of your life, you'll live with that. It's not worth it.
Not at all.
Michael C. Williams to make this one official.
But inside the ring, it comes to an end officially. 2 minutes, 9 seconds. Round number one, the winner by TKO Luca, the Sniper Chicetti.
Well, they might as well do it again down the road. They're tied 1-1.
That's it, baby.
Why not?
That's what trilogies are all about.
You got that right. Our tail of the tape for this, our co-main event of the evening. Thailand, Sor Clinmi, 33 years old, his opponent 26. Everything else, other than the 287 wins,
Looks like a phone number.
is virtually identical. Make that call while Michael C. Williams talks.
Bellator Kickboxing now presents the co-main event. 3-minute rounds at 158 pounds. Introducing first, the blue corner. At 5'11", weighing in 158.8 pounds, making his Bellator debut, he brings an outstanding veteran professional record with 287 victories, 52 defeats, 4 draws. From Pattaya, Thailand, presenting Sunsakoi Clinmi. And across the ring is adversary out of the red corner at 5'11", weighing in 158 pounds even. Returning to the Bellator ring, he stands with 59 wins, 3 losses. From Minsk, Belarus, presenting Chinga Alazov. In charge of the action, your referee, Stefano Valenti.
Stefano Valenti, our referee for this rematch.
Head. Pay attention to my comment. Right? Corner.
Just 3 losses for Chinga. And they have come to some of the greatest lightweights in the world, including the aforementioned Giorgio Petrosian, who's one of the greatest Muay Thai and professional kickboxers in the history of the game. Red gloves for Alazov, blue gloves for Clinmi. Fight scheduled for 3 3-minute rounds.
Like you said, Mike, these guys have faced off before, and it was the difference in the hand speed and just the hand ability of Chingas that made a difference. You're gonna see that Clinmi is outstanding with his kicks, and he's an outstanding defensive fighter. It's just when it comes to the boxing range, he cannot stop what Alazov does.
And oh, by the way, Chinga has 248 amateur wins. So they've spent pretty much their entire life with gloves on.
Yeah, and look at his age.
Yeah.
Think of all those fights. He's 26 years of age.
Born in Georgia, fighting out of Minsk, Belarus. His teammate Yuri Bessmertny competing in the Bellator kickboxing ring earlier here tonight. Glad you are with us, Mike Goldberg, Big John McCarthy, Josh Thompson. Kickboxing and MMA from beautiful Milan and the Allianz Cloud.
I don't want to sound like a broken record, but you're seeing the boxing, kickboxing mentality of getting in the range inside of a Thai fighter who usually relies on his knees, elbows, and kicks. The elbows are gone for this fight.
Yeah.
So he's got to stay in that kicking range, and that's not easy.
It's hard when someone takes away a tool that you were used to using in a certain position, and now it's gone. I can't use it. That gives, you know, someone like Sutsakorn a real problem, because he's used to utilizing a technique when a guy comes in on him. Now he's got to relate to only using 2 things, his left and right hand.
The reason why it causes a problem is because there's a hesitation that you potentially would normally throw it, and you don't. That hesitation when you're dealing with someone like Alazov, that could cost you the fight.
Yep.
And to your point, Josh, Sutsakorn said, I still remember that first fight against Chinga, and clearly the main thing that stuck out in his mind is he wishes it was a Muay Thai fight.
I'm sure he does. He did a nice job with his left and right hand there, and you can see how he is so good at his defense. He catches kicks. He's very calm, very relaxed.
I mean, not to sound like a broken record, but with 300 fights, you better be calm and relaxed. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, you might have a point there.
6-time Muay Thai world champion in Sutsakorn Chinga. Chingas Alazov, a 4-time Muay Thai world champion. Final seconds of the first. That man, Chingiz Alazov, has never been stopped in a fight other than a no contest in Glory, where he was cut by an illegal elbow. Sutsakorn Clinmi has earned knockout wins in 7 of his last 9 victories. And he was quick to make the point, Thailand's Clinmi, that despite being used to being on big shows, huge shows, the largest stages, he was very honored to get the call to compete inside the Bellator kickboxing ring. Blue gloves for Sutsakorn Clinmi and Chingiz Alazov in the red gloves.
Both guys going in the clinch, going after the knees. But again, in that position, Clinmi would normally be trying to exit with an elbow. Can't do that. That takes a big tool, a weapon away from him.
Just like we saw in the Ross fight and the Conialozzi fight, is that they're kind of starting off at a slower pace. They're getting the feel for each other. I think we're going to see the best towards the end of this round and into the 3rd round. We're going to see the best out of these 2 guys.
Normally what you see out of Alazov that's so impressive, he doesn't throw just ones and twos. Normally, he all of a sudden explodes with a 5, 6, 7 punch combo. He hasn't done it yet, so he's given a lot of respect to the defense of Clinmi.
Alazov said he still has a bitter taste in his mouth that he didn't perform to his potential. He would love a rematch with Petrosian somewhere down the road. First things first, though, he's standing in front of one of the best of all time.
Well, he just landed one beautiful body kick with that left leg. That stung.
And again, you see the quick break in the clinch if knees in action isn't being utilized. If they're throwing knees, they're keeping busy, they have 5 seconds to work in the clinch. I learned that from Big John McCarthy.
Look at the big brain on you, Michael Goldberg.
Well, thank you for that, Captain Obvious.
Thank you, thank you. Not to sound like a broken record, of course.
Yeah, of course.
1-1.
That left hand starting to get through from Alazov. You can see.
Yeah, bloodied up,
They're
John.
bloodied the nose a little bit. This means it's touching him, and it happens. This is where that range, you see Clinmi trying to use that front teep to keep him back, keep him out of that range that he likes to get into.
But like we said from the beginning, it's the boxing that's doing the damage right now in this fight. There it is.
That's beautiful. Look how fast that jab comes up, switches off.
And he landed that kick a moment ago, John, because he had his opponent thinking about the jab.
And that jab is hurting. It's a stinging jab. It's not just touching him, it's snapping his head back.
So what he's doing is he's feigning with the hands, waiting for Clinmi to put his hands up, and then he throws the kick. Either to the body, he can pick and choose where he wants to throw it because the hands are up. He can go to the body, he can go to the legs, or he can wait for him to start to bring his hands down to see and then go to the head.
Veteran of 343 professional fights.
Big difference in that round compared to the first round. And you see Clinmi in the corner just dropping his mouthpiece out. Took some big shots.
Like I had said in the beginning of this round, though, Alazov started bringing it up and picking up the pace. Here he throws, they both throw kicks at the same times, but look, the boxing is what's landing and doing the damage in this round. Here you go again, little up jab. That's nice between the guard, lands right on the button on the nose. Now he's feigning with the kicks and then landing the punches as well.
And he hit that punch. You could see when it touched Clinmi in that, he never saw it coming.
Nope.
Third round of our co-main, our main event, coming up next as the Bellator kickboxing featherweight champion, Gabriel Varga. Born in Toronto, fighting out of Victoria, British Columbia, Canada, looks to defend his belt for the second time. His opponent, Christian Fostino. Alazov in the red, Sudzakorn Clinmi in the blue. And John, you obviously alluded to a nice second 3 minutes from Chinga.
Yeah, that was a beautiful round. If you're Alazov, that's exactly the fight that you want. You're gonna have to see a lot more activity and more movement out of Clinmi to stop that left jab that has become so effective for Alazov.
Setting everything up with the jab.
It's not just a straight jab, though. He's throwing a little up jab, he's throwing a straight jab, he's stepping off line and throwing the jab. He's hiding his jab behind his kicks. He's doing a great job of mixing it all up.
Doesn't matter the angle, Josh, you just want it to land.
Here's the thing, though, is even if you don't land your glove on his, if you hit your opponent's glove and it hits him in the face, it throws the rhythm off. It makes them blink, it makes them adjust, and then he can throw something or hide it behind that as well.
And a lot of times, you know, a guy he's throwing something and you're actually working to defend it. You see this guy dropping his hand down and coming with that shot. You think it's going to be a body shot, and all of a sudden he's lifting it up and it's touching the chin. Doesn't hurt you, but it's like just throws you off, just like you're talking about.
That spin a moment ago from Clinmi, almost an elbow strike, which in Muay Thai would be something we would see quite often in kickboxing. We do not.
Those some hard kicks to the arm, body. The sort Clinmi's now absorbing. That jab starting to pop back, starting to pop his head back, starting to look like a Pez dispenser.
But like Goldie said, though, is that he almost threw the elbow there. That's that hesitation we had talked about in the first round. He wanted to throw the elbow, the hesitation's there, and he fakes it. He can't fake it, he just doesn't throw it. And then there's that hesitation where Alazov can capitalize on. Muscle memory is for real.
Oh, and yes, it is.
Your natural reaction with 300 fights, it just comes out naturally. And for you to think about it, which with 300 fights, you stop thinking, your body just does.
Yeah. We used to have a saying that the body will readily go where the mind's already been. And when your mind thinks and your body's just reacting, that's what you want to be doing. When you're having to think about things, you're going to be slower.
It's amazing when you look at 343 pro fights for Sudzakorn, and then Chinga's Alazov has over 300 combined amateur and professional fights. One guy's 33, the other's 26.
And you figure if it's Sudzakorn, he's had to average somewhere in the area of 20 fights a year.
Wow. Since birth.
Not since birth, but you figure since about 16 years of age.
There you go. Professional since 1999. This one goes the distance. And I think Alazov showed us all in the past 9 minutes, John, why you are a big fan of his game.
Yeah, you know, he is just so good at what he does, so calm. And he just systematically starts to dismantle what you're good at. Watch the shot here. This is that left hand. Sneaks by. Just pops him back. Look at the jab. Boom. You see him going, his head snapping back. That definitely has an impact on you in the fight. And this is a smart move right there. Just let me hold on to you, because from there you can't hurt me.
Co-main event of the evening. Official decision is in. Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go to your judges' scorecards. All 3 judges at ringside, Sal D'Amato, Jared Hillel, Doug Crosby, all have it the same, 30-27. I'll have it for the winner by unanimous decision, Chinga.
60th professional win, first victory inside the Bellator kickboxing ring for Chingiz Alazov. Our tail of the tape for this, our main event of the evening. The champion, the 34-year-old Canadian, against the challenger, Italy's own 29-year-old Lionheart, Christian Fostino. And for one last time inside the kickboxing ring, Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight from Milano, Italia, the time has come for the Bellator kickboxing main event. 5 3-minute rounds for the Featherweight World Championship. Sanctioned by and under regulation of the ISKA, President in attendance at ringside, Corey Schaefer. And now, first introducing the blue corner. At 5'10", weighing in 144.4 pounds, his professional record, 31 wins, 11 losses, 2 draws. Fighting out of Bologna, Italia, presenting the challenger, Christian Lionheart Fostino. And across the ring, the champion fights out of the red corner. At 5'10", weighing in the same, 144.4 pounds as a professional. He brings 17 victories, 6 defeats from Victoria, British Columbia, Canada. The defending Bellator Kickboxing Featherweight World Champion, Gabriel Varga.
And yes, that is his brother in his corner.
And when the bell rings, the referee in charge, Brian Miner.
Gentlemen, went over rules in the back. Obey my commands, protect yourselves at all times. When I say break, you break. In case of a knockdown, the standing fighter goes to the furthest neutral corner, stay there till I tell you to come out. You want to touch gloves, do it now. Good luck to you both.
Brian Miner, our referee. The champion, Gabriel Varga. The challenger, Christian Fostino. Red gloves for the champ, blue gloves for the challenger. And we are underway. Punches and bunches early from Varga.
And one of the things you'll find with Varga, technically, defensively, he's so hard to get past. Very tight, very compact in what he throws straight shots, not a lot of looping shots. But in his opponent, you're gonna see that he runs in what I call a very high RPM. He tries to bring the pace of the fight to you. He tries to make you work past where you're comfortable. He's got a big gas tank and uses it.
Went the distance with Muay Thai legend Sanche back in January in Italy, lost that fight by unanimous decision. He said he doesn't really feel limited by the Bellator kickboxing rules. Says he'll actually be a little bit calmer due to the risk of being cut by elbows being greatly reduced, and a nice counter kick there. Good way to put it. May not be really how he feels, but why not say that?
I've always felt that way. Please don't elbow me.
That's fair.
Josh wants to go back to the old Strikeforce rules.
Yeah.
It's amazing, though, John, for a man like Varga, who has been competing at such a high level, to have one win by knockout coming into his Bellator kickboxing career, and then earn all 3 of his wins in the Bellator kickboxing ring by knockout finish.
Well, like I talked about, he was so defensive in everything he did. He would hurt guys and then just stay defensive. He wouldn't go after them. He would let them recover, and he would just win by decision. Now he's saying when he sees a guy hurt, he's going after it. He's trying to finish. Now he realizes, you know, if it goes too far and I can't, then I'll back off. But just that bit of going after his opponent, it's making a difference.
The difference is this, is when you finally get a knockout and you get another one, your confidence starts to grow, and fighting is what, John?
Fighting is all about confidence, baby.
And so with the confidence of him growing, knowing he can put guys away, he's willing to go ahead and get after it. But then also the experience of knowing that, okay, look, I can't finish them. So if I can't finish them, okay, I'll dial it back, try and touch him again and see if I can hurt him later on in the fight.
His brothers Aaron and Jacob, longtime competitors as well. Aaron never did kickbox professionally, but was 10-0 as an amateur.
Where Varga is being very successful right now in this first round, the body shots that he's throwing, those are going to add up in a 5-round fight. It starts to make a big difference.
And he loves to throw those body shots, which is what he utilized in his MMA debut with his victory against Jameis Taylor. Body shots.
His brother arrived at the airport, and I thought that was him.
Yeah. In the elevator the other day.
Yes.
I was like, how's the weight cut? And I guess it was obviously Jacob said, I'm just going for a workout.
Well, he told you he felt really good about his.
Yes, exactly. Well, he looked like he was pretty comfortable with it.
I'm sure he was.
Yeah.
In fact, he went and had a cheeseburger.
Going to have a workout. Okay. They both could beat me up, so I didn't have any follow-up questions.
I like that.
Championship fight scheduled for 5 rounds. Round 2. Red gloves for Varga, blue gloves for Fostino.
Gotta like how Fostino comes out, goes right to the center, and goes right after Gabriel Varga.
Good start here in round 2 for Lionheart, born in Palermo. Varga's just so calm, the 4th degree Shotokan black belt.
He's
so
absolutely
systematic.
Calm. Yeah, and the whole thing is, look at the lack of useless motion.
Yes.
He comes in, he circles, he throws his shots, steps back out. Nice, quick, easy, clean shots. Nothing that's taxing him because he's throwing a whole lot on it, and no wasted motion.
No wasted energy, no wasted motion. We had talked about earlier in one of the fights previous about how Nick and Nate Diaz, they touch, touch, touch. Right now, what he's doing, see right there,
Yeah,
just
but
touch,
then you
touch,
saw
touch.
Touch, 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 and boom, that right hand put a lot of steam on it.
Yep.
Look at how quick he gets that lead kick away.
Nice dump by Varga, but that's not allowed. So
just a little message sender.
Well, you know, he's doing exactly what Josh had talked about earlier. Hey, I'm going to put you down here and make you get up, and I'm just going to get a second to relax because there's no pressure on me at that point.
Varga, always a lot of respect coming out, you know, in the distance, and recently had a fight with Liam Harrison to fight the setback in Ireland. That was just a couple of months ago. Round number 2 of our championship fight.
I watched that fight with Fostino. That was a little bit south of the border on that one.
You can hear it from here.
Yeah, exactly. I did watch that fight between Fostino and Sanchai, and it was more of an exhibition, even though it was considered, and there was a respect because you watch Fostino, he actually comes from Sanchai's gym. So him going after him, I'm not going to say that was really happening, and Sanchai got the decision, but he did show that, you know, he's got a lot of talent, and he does bring the pace in all of his other fights. He comes after his opponents, and I love that about him.
You put together those 2 thoughts, and I was trying to figure out where south of the border that fight took place.
Where was that?
South of what border?
What border? Italy? That's the ocean.
It is indeed. Josh Fostino making a fight out of it.
Yeah, it's the pace of him walking him down. He's walking Varga down, and he's making him react faster than he wants to. That's why when we talked in the last round, he dumped him on, or in the beginning of the round, he dumped him to give himself a break.
Just a break.
A breather, like, hey. Also, too, it kind of gives the judges a chance to, like, he's kind of controlling things right now. If you throw someone down, even though they're not supposed to, he's controlling the situation.
This is when we talk the difference between professional and amateur. No, it's not allowed. I'm going to do it because it's going to work for me. And I know I'm not going to end up getting anything done off it. It's not a big difference in the fight. I'm just gaining a moment of time.
This is years of experience. We will go back and talk about the Diego Corrales when he got rocked against Castillo. He spits his mouthpiece out. Taking someone down and dumping him there, that's his moment for him to get his wits back about him, or get his breath, or just show control and dominance of the fight. Great job.
Mr. Varga Keith, a black belt in karate, ran a boxing gym back in the day. Gabriel started in martial arts at age 8. Didn't have his first fight in a ring until age 20, 15-0 as an amateur in kickboxing. Looking to defend his Bellator kickboxing featherweight belt for the 2nd time.
Nice leg kick by Fostino and a beautiful right hand to the body by Varga.
Varga in the red gloves, Fostino in the blue gloves. Oh, nice kick.
Nice little push kick to the face.
It's always bad when you're getting push kicked to the face because you know it's the bottom of that guy's foot and it's just smashing into your face. You're going, dang it.
He probably walked in the bathroom right before he came out here too, barefoot.
Again, putting him down, and he can grab that leg, and he must be offensive with an attack within 1 second, or he's supposed to drop that leg down. Gotta love the pressure that Fostino's bringing, man. It's causing problems for Varga.
And that, he said, guys, was his greatest asset, is his pace and his ability to press forward and push the action, and that's exactly what he's doing here in round 3, much like he was able to start to do in round number 2.
I think Varga, he saw that Fostino does that in his other fights, so what he's doing, that's why he started early going to the body, trying to slow him down a little bit if he could.
That was a beautiful teep kick to that solar plex area by Varga.
The foot jab.
Man, that ball,
nice.
that foot, when it goes into that area, it just takes all the air right out of you.
Good, quick lead uppercut a moment ago from Fostino. One minute remaining here in round 3 of a potential 5 3-minute rounds. Championship fight, our main event.
What concerns me sometimes about guys who come out with have a fast pace, especially in a title fight like this, they try to set the pace so fast that they make themselves tired. And we were dealing with someone like Varga who's just patiently waiting and just dictating the pace himself, circling out, not really getting hit with any big shots. In the championship rounds, it makes a difference.
Well, if there's one thing, if you're Fostino and you've watched any of Gabriel Varga's fights, the guys that always gave Gabriel problems are guys that pressured him and made him go backwards. Like Von Rossmuller, Robin was a guy that took Gabriel Varga's title from Glory, the featherweight title, and he showed a blueprint on how do you beat Gabriel Varga. Well, make him go backwards, pressure him, and you can see that's what Fostino's trying to do.
Six-time professional kickboxing world champion Gabriel Varga set for the championship round. Your scorecard, Big John.
Well, right now I got Gabriel Varga ahead on all the rounds. He's the one winning these rounds, but you've got to like what Fostino is doing and trying to create that opening for him to get after Gabriel Varga. And in that 3rd round, that edge started to close a lot. That gap between them is closing. Now we'll see what Fostino can do in these last 2 rounds.
Varga made the comment of that fight that I alluded to earlier against Liam Harrison in Ireland in August, so very recently, about the toughness of Fostino. Said he was getting beaten up pretty good, but he's a tough guy, and I haven't seen him get tired in any of his fights.
Beautiful right overhand and then an uppercut to follow it up by Varga to start this round. And Liam Harrison is a beast. He comes after people and he's got huge leg kicks, good hands. He's a monster in the ring.
That one was a 4th round TKO, doc stoppage due to a cut to the cheekbone. We are in the 4th round here of our main event, championship fight. Victoria, British Columbia's Gabriel Varga in the red gloves. Lionheart, Christian Fostino is the challenger in the blue gloves. Varga did go the distance in his Bellator kickboxing debut in Budapest and lost by split decision.
Varga doing a good job of just touching him, then throwing the hard leg kick. Touching him, and then throwing a hard right combination.
And that's that change of pace, that, you know, the curveball, the fastball, the changeup that we were talking about earlier, Josh.
You're just getting them to react, whether it's put their hands up or bring their leg up to check, whatever it is, you're getting them to react, and you're not even throwing anything hard. So then once they put their defenses down, that's when you're trying to let go of your power.
And it's good on your cardio as well.
But you can see everything that's occurring here. Fostino keeps coming forward, but Varga is just hitting him with all kinds of different shots. Knees, hitting him with shots to the body, coming upstairs, just popping his head back a little bit. You just don't see Fostino landing those clean shots.
But you got to give Fostino credit because honestly, he's putting Varga in a position he hasn't really been in lately. It's like he's pushing him to the later rounds right now.
Varga dig into the body, and you're right. This hasn't really happened for Varga in Bellator kickboxing, but this is exactly the style that he was always fighting when he was in glory.
Hasn't happened since that fight, guys, that I talked about, his debut in Budapest in 2017. There's a dock stoppage, ref stoppage in the second in Florence, and then
that was a great right hand by Fostino, but then Varga comes back with a 4-punch combination.
And then basically two-minute knockouts to take the belt from Kevin Ross and defend it against Conialozzi. And we are headed to the 5th and final round.
Fostino was almost shocked that he landed that right hand. Then he hesitated and waited. And
he did hesitate, and it cost him.
Varga ended up finishing the round way better.
Nice kick by Fostino, but here comes Varga back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Beautiful knee. All of that. Straight shots get there. They touch the target, and you see Fostino eating each one of these shots. That's what wins the round.
Right between the defense. He wasn't hitting the gloves. He was just picking and choosing his shots. Great composure, great job by Varga.
4 kids, all black belts, all played musical instruments. Gabriel Varga, a classically trained pianist, and he is looking to defend here with under now 3 minutes remaining.
Well, I can tell you,
in our main event.
Gabriel Varga is a classically trained pugilist.
I like that.
Okay. Nice, straight left hand to the body. Really impressed with Varga's conditioning. He hasn't slowed down at all either. He has been throwing a lot of shots. No problems. You watch him in the corner. He's looking at his brothers, listening to everything. No excessive breathing. He's in shape for this fight.
Under 2 remaining this fight. Body shot again from Varga. Just throwing that left out just to get the distance down. Keep it in your opponent's face.
Fostino still bringing that pressure, and both guys, you got to be impressed with Fostino still coming after Varga with all the shots he's taken, and Varga being able to take that pressure and make it work for him. Going for the axe kick, Josh.
Right to the spinning back kick.
Come on, baby.
Spinning back kick landed.
Nice little short uppercut inside.
That speed and his ability to understand pacing and find even that tiny little target in which is open to land against his opponent. Kick checked, and then look at that combination of 5 or 6 different strikes that ends with the knee.
When you see Varga throw the knee and Fostino block it, I want people to understand at home, it still hurts. It's not just the arms. The elbow, your own elbow kind of hits into your own ribs, kind of knocks the wind out of you sometimes. You still get that feel every once in a while, like, oh, that didn't feel good.
Looking for that knee again. Fostino, Josh says, all right, I'll give it a shot as well. This one 15 seconds away from going the distance.
Yeah, but unless something big happens in this last 10 seconds, this is Gabriel Varga's fight.
Gabriel Varga, Christian Fostino for the belt. Fight the full 5 rounds. Michael C. Williams has the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go to your 3 judges at ringside. All 3 judges, Sal D'Amato, Jorand, Doug Crosby, all see it the same 50-45. I'll have it for the winner by unanimous decision, and still Bellator Kickboxing Featherweight World Champion Gabriel Varga.
Gabriel Varga defends his title for the 2nd time. He won it in Rome, defended it in Genoa, and now has defended it once again here in Milan. Congratulations, Gabriel Varga. Our tail of the tape for this lightweight fight. Souli will turn 22 on October 27th. His opponent, 28 years old.
Both guys, good fighters. Cassell with a 4-3-1 record, but he's very successful in his last 4 fights.
Michael C. Williams with the official introductions.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bellator MMA starts now. Our first fight, a prelim. Here tonight at Bellator 230, set for 3 5-minute rounds in the lightweight division. Introducing first, the blue corner. At 5'10", weighing in 154.6 pounds, his professional record 4-3-1 from Wolverhampton, England, presenting Dan Cassell. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 6'2", weighing in 155.4 pounds as a professional early on. He's undefeated. 2 victories, no defeats, fighting out of Dublin, Ireland by way of Bella Italia, introducing the Monkey King, Souli. And the referee in charge of the action, Jorand.
Jorand, our referee. Fight scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. Here we go. Souli in the red gloves, Dan Cassell in the blue gloves. Both men 1-0 inside the Bellator cage. Both men, as we just showed you, made their debuts back in May at Bellator Birmingham.
I don't know when it's going to happen. You're going to see Dan Cassell is going to be trying to get this fight to the ground. He wants to be in the top position on the ground. He does not want to be out at range against Souli.
For Dan Cassell, 3 of his 4 wins by knockout, all in round number 1. As I mentioned, Souli, just 21 years old, has never fought longer than 9 minutes and 32 seconds. Landed that one.
Yeah, that was a nice kick to the body, and then right away, Dan Cassell getting in there. This is where he can be effective in this fight. But he needs to posture and do damage when he gets Souli down here. He cannot just wait and wrestle and hope that this fight, the clock's going to go by. That's going to cause problems for him.
Dan Cassell said, I feel much more composed, well-rounded for this fight. My stand-up, feeling very sharp. And of course, John, as you mentioned, his grappling seems to always be on point.
It is on point, but he's a ground and pound type fighter. He's not that submission guy that's going to find and just make submissions happen. He's got to utilize his skill set, and that is I get on top, I posture, and bring dangerous strikes down. when he's going against a guy like Souli. Souli likes to go for submissions from underneath. He's got long limbs, he's got good attacks, so he's got to be very smart and always bringing his hips in line with his opponent's hips.
He trained some pretty high-level jiu-jitsu at SPG Ireland. Souli has 1 win by knockout, 1 win by submission, 2-0 as a pro. One of those victories, as we mentioned, as a Bellator fighter.
Seeing Souli sometimes go to close guard, utilizing sometimes a figure 4. I hate that when I see a guy underneath figure 4ing the body, because all you're doing is keeping yourself there. But when he opens up like you see right here, now comes the attacks. Now he can go after that arm, and he can create situations where he puts Dan Cassell on the defensive.
And his 1 submission win, John, did come by armbar.
This is a tight position. He can end up in a triangle position here. Good job of Cassell to bring it back, but you can see that movement is causing Cassell a problem. Now you're seeing Souli come out on top. Cassell trying to drive through. We'll see who ends up right to the triangle.
Trying to lock it in early in this fight.
And the fence is causing him a problem with where it's at. It's held because he's got a good angle on Cassell right now, but he does not have that locked in a position behind the knee, so you see space. That's going to allow Cassell to stay there.
And Cassell going to try to loosen that lock.
It's
with
tighter
a couple
now.
punches in the face, pulling down on the. And it is all over, just like that. Nicolas Souli, 2-0 in Bellator, and another submission victory. Pulled down to the back of the head, and that was the end of that.
That was the end of that. Didn't even have the arm in the right exact position, but when you're creating enough pressure with your legs and you have that pull down on that head, you're compressing that neck area, you're making things tight, and when a guy can feel that he's starting to go, there's only one thing for him to do, and that's tap.
John, you talked about it. Very effective from the bottom as well. John Kavanaugh, very proud of the Italian now training in Dublin. Nicolas Souli, winner by submission.
And this is where Souli started to create problems. Cassell, look at that hip position. When you see him hit off-centering his opponent, he's creating that angle that's giving Cassell problems. Cassell gets himself back, as we've talked about, centering back up, but falls right into a triangle choke, and it's the angle that's giving him the problem. When you see Souli bringing himself, pulling himself, now he's at an angle against that. It intensifies the choke. Here's the problem for Cassell. He can't straighten himself out. The fence is stopping that, and that's why you get that tap.
Victorious once again to make it official, Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the tap comes by way of a triangle choke. Officially, 3 minutes, 15 seconds, round number 1, the winner by submission, still undefeated, the Monkey King, Nicolas Souli.
He has now finished all 7 of his combined professional and amateur wins. First round submission finish for the 21-year-old. Our tail of the tape for this, our first fight on Paramount Network. Fuzi, fighting out of Italy, 8 wins, 27 years old. His opponent will have a slight reach advantage, and to officially get us underway, here is Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to Bellator MMA on Paramount Network. Tonight from Milano, Italia, we begin with 3 5-minute rounds in the welterweight division. Introducing the blue corner first. At 5'10", weighing in 170.4 pounds. His professional record, 6 wins, 2 losses from Arcole Italia, presenting Walter Krakeni, Pugliese. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 5'10", weighing in 169.2 pounds as a professional. 8 victories, 4 defeats from Erba, Italia. Introducing Andrea El Barbaro Fuzi. In charge of the action, your referee, Jorand Valel.
Jorand Valel, our referee. Fuzi, as we showed you, won the first fight by split decision. He has added on a victory since then. He is on a 3-fight win streak. Here we go! Andrea Fuzi in the red gloves, Walter Pugliese in the blue gloves. Fuzi has the crowd on his side, although they both fight out of Italy. Somehow he must live closer to Milan or have more friends.
He's got more people in his court because he won the last fight. But
there you go.
Pugliese is a guy, he will come and start to brawl. I'm really watching for that moment that he decides to just go for it, because that's what he does in his fights. But right now he's remaining calm, just trying to be active in the fight, look for his shots. There he goes, he's starting to go after him. He just got hit with a good counter shot. That's what he has to be careful of.
And Fuzi recognized that and talked about it. He said he does not believe, though, that his wrestling and jiu-jitsu is at the same level as he possesses, and now it is Fuzi pushing forward.
I think Fuzi is absolutely right that Pugliese doesn't have the exact same skill set, but when they fought the first time, he found ways to hurt Fuzi at times that Fuzi did not expect. Fuzi's got to be very careful if he ends up even in the top position. He's got to be smart about what he does and where he goes.
Second fight in the Bellator cage for both of these men. The first about 120 kilometers south from here in Genoa. Pugliese had finishes in his first 6 fights, opened his professional career 6-0.
Pugliese doing a real good job with head position, just working knees to the inner thigh, just to make it to win. If they do separate, like he's doing, and he's the instigator of it, you're just not going to move on that leg quite as well.
Front kick to the chest. Watch for some of those big looping punches from the man in the blue gloves, Krakeni, Walter Pugliese. Now it's Fuzi trying to answer. Midway point of round number 1, fight scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds.
He allowed Pugliese to get himself under hooks. He's got double unders. That's usually going to control the body. That's why he was able to turn him on the fence and now go after him with knees again.
Fuzi has a background in soccer, as well as he mentioned in boating. I don't know if that helps you as a fighter. Soccer certainly does.
Depends on what kind of boating. If you're rowing, then it's a great workout.
That's a great point. It's a great point. And there's those looping punches I talked about.
That's the difference. That's where Fuzi needs to take advantage. When he sees him starting to open up with those looping shots, set yourself and throw straight shots down the middle. Those are going to connect, and they're going to make all of his shots go off track. You got to be smart in the way you deal with a brawler. Brawlers are difficult because they do unusual, weird things at times, and you've got to be smart about those counters that are going to stop them in their tracks.
And Pugliese likes to utilize his knees in the clinch position, so keep an eye on that potential as well.
Fuzi digging that underhook, trying to turn him. He turns him. Pugliese does the smart thing, lets it go, and just takes his underhook and makes him turn right back into the fence.
26-year-old against 27-year-old and a couple of big shots.
That was a nice left uppercut. It touched Fuzi and it hurt.
Oh, yeah. And there's those knees, John, that when you were breaking down the fight and sharing your breakdown with me, you talked about the knees from the clinch.
Yeah, you know, he's good at it because he just consistently brings it. In the clinch, he just keeps on hitting you. And they start to break you down. And Fuzi had to be looking at that situation and going, that caused me a problem in the last fight. Let me not get into a position where my back is against the cage. But you can see what's occurring. Good head position. Fuzi's got his back on the cage. This is not the way he needs to work and win this fight.
The first 5 minutes, the type of fight, the style of fight that Walter Pugliese wanted.
Replay of some action. Big looping shot. You can see that landed. That's what, when Fuzi is in a position to throw straight shots, he needs to throw straight shots. Watch this big left, looping hand right on that button. That's a nice shot. That hurt Fuzi, and that's the difference in the round.
The difference meaning that he won round one?
No doubt he won round one. He landed the bigger, heavier shots. A lot of damage with the knees inside. He gets around 10-9.
So Big John's unofficial scorecard puts Walter Pugliese up 10-9 after 5 minutes.
Pugliese is controlling the position of the fight. Every time Fuzi goes for the takedown, he gets underhooks, drives him to the cage, turns him into it, starts hitting him with the knees. He's fighting a very smart fight. For a guy that we look at as a brawler, he's fighting control. That's a mistake right there, though. He needs to be careful of. Get into a position, he felt his arm, it was being held. It's telling you something is being set up. Stop your motion, think about where you're at, and control what can happen.
Pugliese, as John talked about, does not shy away from going toe-to-toe and getting into a brawl. He's worked on the technical part of his game and eliminating some of the mistakes he made earlier in his career.
You see it, both double underhooks inside on the arms of Fuzi. That's what allows Pugliese to get him back and turn him into the cage. That's all good technical work by Pugliese.
Fuzi pushing forward here in round number 2. Got to watch for those wide looping punches again. He caught him with the left.
And hit him with the right hand, touched him on the chin with that right hand, looping right hand.
Short little uppercut connects. Again, John, if you break this fight down, so far it's being contested in the style in which Pugliese wants it to be.
You're absolutely right, Mike. This is his fight. He's taken a guy who technically is actually better than he is in the techniques that make a good MMA fighter, and he's using his smart technique as far as, I'm going to put you in a place where you can't do the normal things that you like to do. I'm going to put you against the cage. I'm going to make this a dirty, gritty, nasty looking fight a la Randy Couture type, and I'm going to get my win by being the smarter fighter.
Fight fans, don't forget to join the conversation on all social media platforms at hashtag Bellator 230. Just past the midway point of our first fight here on Paramount Network from Milan, Italy. The Allianz Cloud.
Fuzi really needs to get his back off of that cage. It's keeping him from being able to move. It's keeping him in a position where at any time, oh, nice left, right there, but at any time, he can be pushed back in that position where he's getting kneed and he's not doing anything. Big right hand again by Pugliese.
Pugliese connecting once again. Pugliese physically very strong, and you can see him utilizing that. Big cut opened up on the forehead of Andrea Fuzi. As we mentioned, this is a rematch of a fight that took place in Genoa back in December. Split decision win for the man in the red gloves.
Two nice elbows inside.
And more, and a spin and a connection.
Missed with an elbow and just spun off of it, landing the spinning back fist. You see the elbows are starting to do some damage here.
Blood starting to roll down from the top of the hairline, basically, John, towards the eyes of Andrea Fuzi.
I'm really impressed with the fight that Walter Pugliese has brought here tonight, man. You know, he stopped all the crazy brawling that he was doing in the first fight, getting wild, actually having problems because of that. He's controlled himself. He's fought a very smart, intelligent fight. He's put the fight where he can win it. Very impressed with the change from the first time to what we're seeing now.
And that first time they met was the first career loss in Pugliese's MMA professional record. He, as I mentioned, opened 6-0, lost the split decision in Genoa, was finished in the first round in his last fight, but looks very composed thus far here in the rematch.
Here comes the shot, right hand over the top. Beautiful right hand by Pugliese. Left hand doesn't really do a lot. It touched him. All this good clinch work, and then he comes with elbows straight across. Boom. That's the ones that cut him. Nice spinning back fist there off the miss. Just very smart fighting of your style of fight by Walter Pugliese.
Third and final round. Another 10-9 for Pugliese.
Yeah, and you can see that in this fight, Fuzi is starting to get tired. All those shots are starting to add up. They're starting to wear him down. He needs to be smart with how he attacks here. He does not have that set in the right fashion for this guillotine to work, so don't waste your energy. Don't let your arm get tired. Get yourself to guard or get yourself back up. You've got that underhook.
3-fight win streak on the line.
And Pugliese being very smart right here about not just going on the ground with Fuzi. He knows that Fuzi's dangerous there. He needs to be smart about not allowing this position to catch him and now end up on his back. Nice job.
He's made some great adjustments to his overall skill set, especially the patience and sticking with the game plan that we're seeing here tonight. Looking to set up a potential trilogy between Pugliese and Fuzi.
Pugliese's got a lot of fans here tonight. You know, he's got that thing, something about him people like, and they like the fact that he's a brawler, but he's fighting smart. That was a good right hand he just landed.
Man, he's mixing things up nicely, utilizing the Muay Thai clinch, throwing some knees, some elbows.
Going to the legs, going to the body, coming up to the head. Not just targeting one area, it's everything.
And Fuzi's arms are starting to hang lower and lower, Big John.
That's because they're filled with blood and they're heavy. Especially when you're trying to go with these overhooks and underhooks and a guy is dominating those positions and you're trying to move them. Arms get really heavy. The clinch, although it doesn't look like a lot, man, this is where you burn gas. This is grueling when you're in the clinch game and you can't stop what someone's doing. Nice right elbow.
And again, very effective with the elbows, those slicing elbows of Walter Pugliese. As we approach the midway point of this third and final round, and Andrea Fuzi needs to do something right here, right now.
He does. Both guys are getting tired. And look at what they've been doing up against the cage. Takes a lot of energy. Again, it doesn't look like a lot, but there's a lot going on there, and that does kind of empty your tank. Lazy's tired, Fuzi's tired. So who's the guy that's going to say, I'm going to push through that? Who's mentally tough? It looks like Walter Pugliese that guy right now.
Over the top again. Fuzi just unable to get this fight into his world.
Yeah, well, you saw Fuzi going down, looking for a Kimura as he went down. But one, he didn't have the leg, he didn't have the right position, but Pugliese fell into something that you're looking, you go, don't take that. He's got that Kimura position still.
A lot of time to work.
You should not allow Fuzi's leg to come over his head. There you go.
Back up to the feet. 1:40 on the clock. Mike Goldberg, Big John McCarthy. Allianz Cloud. Beautiful. Milan, Italy.
Right now for both guys, it comes down to who wants it. How bad do you want this? Because both of them are exhausted. Both of them have heavy legs, heavy arms.
You said it right off the top, John. Pugliese happy to
Big
brawl.
elbow.
And he has been brawling his way towards a victory here thus far. Still a minute on the clock, though.
There's a big left elbow by Pugliese there. Overall, throughout the fight, Pugliese's been the guy landing the cleaner, crisper shots in this fight, even though Fuzi fundamentally has the cleaner type of stand-up game.
This is a different Walter Pugliese than we saw back in December.
Completely, and that's nice to see because that's saying, you know what, I lost, and I'm learning from my loss. That's exactly what a good fighter does.
Under 30 now. Pugliese trying to officially even the score. Dominant performance by Krakeni. Walter Pugliese. As they go the distance, our official decision here on Paramount Network from Milan, Italy, is coming up next. Back inside the Allianz Cloud, Milan, Italy, first fight goes the distance with the official decision, Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance inside the Bellator cage, we'll go to your three judges. Sal Diamalo, Doug Crosby, Kerry Hatley. All three judges scored exactly the same, 30-27 for the winner by unanimous decision, Walter Krakeni Pugliese.
It's 1-1, and the winner. We'll talk to my partner, the birthday boy, Big John McCarthy.
I'm here with your winner, Walter Pugliese. Walter, that was a gritty, nasty fight against a guy that previously you had lost to. You came back with a big win here tonight. How are you feeling?
Ha detto che sei tornato a fare un rematch e sei tornato con una grande vittoria.
The victory is very difficult to take to Andrea Fuzi. The work in the gym with my coach Garcia Amadori, it was very, very, very hard every fucking day, twice a day, and I love this. This is my work. This is my life. I want to go forward to this career, and I wish that Bellator crede. Believe in me, excuse me for my English. Thank you, Bellator, thank you guys, thank you to everybody.
Congratulations on an outstanding victory. Way to come back. Need a trilogy now, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Walter
Pugliese.
The hard work certainly pays off for the victor, Walter Pugliese. Our tail of the tape for this heavyweight fight. 31-year-old Sadilnikov against unbeaten 27-year-old Barros. Domingos 6'3", taller, and has a significant reach advantage.
That's a big 5-inch reach advantage. Sadilnikov with his hands got to come inside.
Michael C. Williams once again with the official introduction.
Bellator MMA on Paramount Network now moves to the heavyweight division, set for 3 5-minute rounds. Introducing the blue corner at 6'3", weighing in 264.8 pounds. As a professional, he's undefeated at 6-0 from Porto, Portugal, presenting Domingos Destroyer Barros. And across the cage, his adversary out of the red corner at 5'11", weighing in 263.4 pounds. His professional record, 11 wins, 6 losses, fighting out of Stodiosko, Russia, introducing Kareem Sadilnikov. In charge, your referee, Jorand Villel.
Jorand Villel, our referee, for our first of 2 heavyweight matchups from here in Milan. Domingos Barros and Kareem Sadilnikov. Sadilnikov fully now, the weight of a heavyweight. And here we go. Team Fedor Sadilnikov in the red gloves, the destroyer Domingos Barros in the blue gloves.
One thing you'll see out of Sadilnikov, it's kind of like that whole Andy Ruiz thing. Don't worry about what the body type looks like on a heavyweight. It's the hands. How fast do they move, and how powerful are they when they touch?
Big country Roy Nelson.
There you go.
And they go at it early. Both men very powerful. Worthy of note for this training camp, and we will see Vadim Nemkov in the main event. Fedor Emelianenko has been training with his team. And so that is always an advantage because these young guys just look up to the last emperor, as pretty much everybody in mixed martial arts does.
He's an idol to him, and you can't blame any of them for it. Anything that he says, anything that he can give you, you look at, that's an advantage for him. A nice job of stuffing that takedown by Sadilnikov. He needs to be careful of the up kick here. Sadilnikov has a lot of good submissions, especially the leg locks coming from a Sambo background. This guy is a 3-time world champion in Sambo.
You've been in the cage for a couple of Kareem Sadilnikov's fights. One against Paul Buentello, that one back in 2009. So you have literally and figuratively seen him grow over the years.
And you know, he came out, he was the next hot thing, and
yes,
everyone was trying to get towards him. You know, if you're going to get him early and stuff. Paul Buentello in that ended up beating him, but it was the toughness of Sadilnikov. Paul Buentello could not stop him as far as putting him away. Sadilnikov just kept hanging in there, doing everything he could to win the fight, and that just showed his mindset moving forward. Barros doing something there that we'd say, you know, anymore, it's going to be very difficult for a fighter in MMA at a higher level to shoot an outside shot like a freestyle wrestler, get into the legs and get someone to the ground. That is something that is almost a thing of the past because of the way guys are able to defend now. It is a different world. The Mark Colemans of this world are gone. You know, the guys are too good at stonewalling that double leg, just like you saw Sadilnikov do.
A good start. Nice quick hands there by Kareem Sadilnikov. Gone basically from 220 to 250 and weighed in officially for this one at 263.4 pounds.
We kind of saw why during breakfast. He was eating the pastries, man. He liked those things. So it's like, well, now we know why you're gaining weight. But
yeah.
I tell you what, he is still fast. And Domingo Barros, he is fast. He's quick hands. He moves well. He's got good balance. You know, guys now, you're not going to get these Brock Lesnar type bodies where you're getting these huge muscles, because that sucks a lot of air and a lot of wind, and it's not easy to maintain. This is the body type that guys, they basically, you look and you say, yeah, he's got a big gut. It's called a gas tank. He's able to go, and that's what counts.
So basically, if I put on a little bit of weight, I can say, hey, look at my new gas tank.
Look at my new gas tank. No one wants a six-pack. A keg is always better.
Well, that is a very good point. I mean, that's a good point on your birthday as well. Brother 6 of 9 boys, Domingos Barros, moved to Portugal at age 17, and as I mentioned, he's been training in Boston. He plans on staying in Boston a long time. He likes it over there. Dream is to fight in the U.S. as he fights for the second time in the Bellator cage here in Italy.
Nice right hand by Sadilnikov. As I said, this is going to say a lot about exactly where Barros is. He's got a nice 6-0 record, but you got to look, he's making a big step up in competition against Sadilnikov. This is a guy that we know is a proven fighter, a guy that can hang in there in the bad moments, stick around, and then come back and get that win. Nice knee inside by Barros.
But he got hit.
Yeah, he did.
And a good first round for the Russian. There he is, the man, the last emperor, Fedor Emelianenko. He's going to fight Rampage in Japan.
Flew in here from Japan just to corner this man. You got to love that.
You absolutely do. Getting set for the second round, and a very good start for 31-year-old Kirill Sadilnikov. 10-9, the man in the red gloves.
10-9, the man in the red gloves. Landed the better shots. Now, there was a nice little cut underneath the right eye of Sadilnikov that came from an elbow, but it's in a good spot if you are Sadilnikov, because it's not going to be getting into your eyes. Nice right hand over the top. A little bit off balance. That's what put Barros down. It wasn't so much that the shot hurt him. It was just, it was off balance, and it shoved him down to the ground.
Barros, as John mentioned, 6-0, 1-0 with his win 10 months ago in Genoa. No injuries, he said, since his last fight. He said, I am more of a complete athlete than Kirill. That will be the difference in this fight. But so far, it's Sadilnikov controlling the striking, the pace, and doing the damage.
Yeah, well, what Barros needs to do is that left jab that you're seeing right there. That's what establishes, nice right hand by Barros. That's what establishes the distance that makes it to where Sadilnikov has to lunge in to try to hit him. That's a bad move for Sadilnikov. Barros needs to continue with that left jab, stick it in his face, just pop it out there. That's a punch that's gonna help you in maintaining that range that you can be successful with.
Sadilnikov, now 31 years old, his first training camp with Fedor was up in the mountains at age 16. Team Fedor, he said, is a big family. Thus the flight from Japan here to corner Kirill Sadilnikov as he looks for his first Bellator win.
Very nice job with Sadilnikov looking at that takedown, faking it, coming up with a combination. That's smart fighting by Sadilnikov, because that's what stops Barros in his tracks and gets him inside.
See if Domingos can change the momentum here as we approach the midway point of this 3-round heavyweight fight.
Well, Domingos is right now in this position. You see Sadilnikov with his left arm in the underhook position. And you see that Domingos is not utilizing an underhook on the other side to make it a neutral position. He's holding on to the head of Sadilnikov, and that is not a smart technique for him to use.
Nice elbow. Sadilnikov, back-to-back setbacks. As I mentioned, the head kick caught him in a fight in which he came out strong in Tel Aviv back in November.
Yeah, that was against Adam Koresh. And Sadilnikov was looking great until Koresh set his feet through that high kick. Sadilnikov never saw it coming. Nice left, right by Sadilnikov, but good job by Barros to kind of roll with it, not allowing it to land with full force.
Last 2 wins by first round knockout, 4 total wins by knockout for 6-0 Domingos Barros. 2 have come in the first, 2 have come in the second.
And right now we're seeing what happens when you get used to being the bigger, stronger guy and you're able to muscle someone around and put them where you want. Now you're facing that guy that has good technique, understands balance, positioning, leverage, and all of a sudden you just can't muscle him around. That's where Barros is having a problem with Sadilnikov.
Barros began his MMA training with no prior martial arts experience at age 21. Totally different journey and voyage to tonight's fight for Kirill Sadilnikov, who started his training in Sambo at 10 years old and had his first pro fight at age 19. 40 seconds.
That jab, I'm telling you, Barros needs to use it when he's deciding to throw it. It's finding its mark. It stops Sadilnikov in his tracks.
Sadilnikov punches and bunches.
Oh, we got a little Michael Venom Page coming out of Barros now.
With a gas tank.
With a K.
Yes, with a K, exactly.
Barros bringing that right hand over the top. It hits. Sadilnikov doesn't have a ton of power on it just from the way through it. And then all of a sudden he brings in his MVP impersonation. Starts giving the little shuck and jive here, movement. Needs to do a lot in this round if he wants to come away with that 0 in that same position as it is right now.
He needs to finish that MVP move though.
There you go.
Gotta have some venom after the dance. See what I did there?
I do. I like that.
Third and final round. Heavyweight 1 of 2 on our main card here from Milan on Paramount Network. Main event at 205, the former middleweight champion against Sadilnikov's teammate, Vadim Nemkov.
Nice lead right hand by Barros.
He's down 2 rounds though, John. He's got to show some sense of urgency here.
He really does, in my opinion. He's being almost just lackadaisical in his offensive output. He's at times starting to touch him, but then just stops and allows Sadilnikov to come back with his stuff. You can't do that. You've got to get after him.
And Barros is known as a guy who likes to exchange, who doesn't mind fighting in a phone booth, but spacing, everything has been dictated by Kirill Sadilnikov.
Well, what you're seeing, he's got good hands. He's fast with his hands. It's when he's throwing at times, he stops his feet, and his footwork will set him up to land that good shot, and he's not moving his feet all the time. Right now he's moving, and that's good. Then he'll start to get flat-footed, and when you're flat-footed, it's hard to move all of a sudden without giving a tell that you're coming.
Sadilnikov dealt with an injured hand that required an operation, so he is in search of his first victory since December of 2016, and he's just over 3 minutes away from the very good possibility of that happening.
And that stonewalling of that takedown attempt, that's what Barros is not used to. He's not used to a guy being able to stuff his takedown, and now he's not in the position where he decided he wanted to be on top of someone on the ground, and he's having to now deal with this guy where Sadilnikov wants to fight. He wants to be in the stand-up, and that's where this fight is at.
Kareem has owned the center of the cage. Past the midway point of the third and final round.
This is where I'm thinking, right now, Barros with that jab needs to just start popping him, turn position, put Sadilnikov towards the fence. If you want to go for a takedown, that's going to be your place to do it. Yeah.
Accidental lipo.
There's the scrape of the eye. That's what caused the problem. You see the hand come out. Fingers went, just raked the front of Sadilnikov's face. One of the fingers touching the eye. He's going to be good to go.
And the fight continues. We're doing the eyes lately, partner.
Man, I'll tell you, it's getting to the point where there's almost going to have to be a change in the mentality of what is done by MMA officials when we have an eye poke. Unfortunately, we got too many guys that are used to holding their fingers out.
Keep those hands open, those fingers available for the grappling part of things. Low kick now. But with that comes the risk in which you just spoke of. 90 seconds. So an eye poke and then a low kick, and I'm guessing that Sadilnikov's not too happy right now. From Ireland to Inglewood, we're in Italy, headed to Israel.
Barros has no urgency at all.
None.
Not going after this like, oh, hey, you know, I need to do something. He may have the feeling that he's winning this. In my opinion right now, he's not. There's not much time left for him to get a win.
As Sadilnikov looks for the 12th of his career and the first as a Bellator fighter. And again, he pours it on.
Nice left hand. The shots that you don't see are the ones that hurt you. Barros showing he's got a chin, but you got to be careful when you turn your back.
Not even close, John, to any of those takedowns.
No. And again, that's when you that rise in competition, that level change of your opponent, it starts to make differences in, are you doing the right things in the gym technique-wise to make it to where you can now take that ascension to the next level and be successful.
Which is what Walter Pugliese said to you a moment ago. It's how hard he worked in preparation for his fight. This heavyweight battle goes the distance. Our official decision here on Paramount Network is coming up next. Team Fedor's Kareem Sadilnikov, Domingos Barros go the distance with the official decision. Here is Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the decision, we'll go to your three judges at cage side. Your first judge, Brian Miner, scores the fight 30-27, while judges Ben Cartledge and Sal D'Amato both see it the same 29-28. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision, Kareem Sadilnikov.
Big sigh of relief for Kirill Sadilnikov. Gets the well-earned victory, his first inside the Bellator cage.
That's what caused the cut right there, was that clash of heads. That's what put the cut on Sadilnikov's lower eye. But it was Sadilnikov stopping the takedowns and then going after Barros with big shots. All of those stuffing of the takedowns. Watch the left hand that hits right there. Those are the difference in the fight. That's why Sadilnikov comes away with the unanimous decision victory.
Tail of the tape for this heavyweight fight. Hezdy Gerges, 35 years old, 7 years the elder of the Dragon, his opponent. Much taller, significant reach advantage.
Big one right there. That's a good 6 inches.
We will find out if that is what will make the difference in this second heavyweight fight here on Paramount Network. Once again, Michael C. Williams.
From Allianz Cloud, Bellator MMA now features the co-main event, 3 5-minute rounds in the heavyweight division. And now on Paramount Network, we introduce first the blue corner. At 6'2", weighing in 229.6 pounds. His professional record, 2 wins, 1 loss. By way of Moldova, he fights out of Lazio, Italia, presenting Dragos, the Dragon Zubko. And across the cage, his adversary out of the red corner, at 6'7", weighing in 229.4. The world-class kickboxer, as a mixed martial artist early on, stands at 0-1 from Amsterdam, Netherlands, introducing Hezdy Fighter Heart Gerges. And the referee in charge, Dan Mergliata.
Dan Mergliata, our referee. As John alluded to, it has been a while since Dragos Zubko has fought in mixed martial arts. 3 years, 10 months, 7 days. Went back to kickboxing. Now he faces another veteran of kickboxing inside the Bellator cage. And we are underway. Fighter Heart, Hezdy Gerges in the red gloves, the Dragon, Dragos Zubko in the blue gloves. Long reach advantage, not just with the arms, but the legs, and quickly catching the kick and trying to take top position is Dragos Zubko.
The question is, what does Hezdy Gerges do in these positions to get himself back to his feet, just like he just did? That says a lot, because it is his ability to stay on his feet that's going to be able to get him that victory. He is not a ground fighter. He is not a submission guy. The fight goes to the ground, there's not going to be any submission seen. He's going to pound his opponent out, same as what Zubko is going to do.
Zubko, explosive power, very aggressive. Looks for the knockout, has many of them in his kickboxing career, as does Gerges. 23 kickboxing wins by knockout. But this totally different as they work in the clinch. And a nice job done by Hezdy there to avoid being taken down.
Hezdy just trying to relax in the position. Just feel a little bit. He's got that underhook with his left arm. That's a good thing for him right now. You see that Zubko has now put his left arm in the same position. This is a neutral position for both guys, even though Zubko's back is to the cage.
Hezdy Gerges was very honest in his assessment of his MMA debut, saying he didn't work enough takedown defense, ground game, and that striking that comes with it.
And it's the one thing you need to have if you're going to be a guy with kickboxing skills to come into MMA. You have got to get to the point where you are comfortable in the fact that you can stop takedowns. You know where to put your hands. You know how to stop when a guy's up against the cage and he's reaching down for your legs. You know exactly what to do. That opens up your striking. If you're worried about hitting the ground, you're going to hold back because you're sitting there and you're tense. you're not going to start throwing your hands, and nothing's going to happen for you.
Are you talking about the guy with the mohawk and the tattoos on his head? Because that was a pretty good description of how Chuck Liddell fought.
Exactly.
Chuck had the wrestling background, of course, though. Sprawl and brawl.
Wasn't worried about being taken to the ground.
Yep.
That freed up his hands and made him dangerous.
There wasn't really anybody in the world who wanted to stand with Chuck, and many were forced to.
Not at that time.
You got that right. Round one, heavyweight matchup here on Paramount. Mike Goldberg, Big John McCarthy.
This is the point you see when Hezzy's got an overhook on that far side with his left arm. This is where you've got to look for the little areas where you can gain some space and create striking. There's elbows, there's little shoulder shrugs, there's all these different techniques that you can use. You don't have to punch with that fist in MMA.
Hezzy tried to get a knee to land a moment ago, John. Wasn't able to do so, and the pressure applied once again by the Dragon, Dragos Zubko.
Zubko's in a position he's not even close to getting a takedown here by grabbing the legs. His arm is up high, back to that clinch position. We'll see if he does anything to try to change what he's got. Maybe start striking with the knee to the leg, start to just slow Gerges down, take away some of his balance.
Gerges using that very wide base, and at 6'7", he's able to do so. And again, with that height, and especially if he can get that head down in this clinch position, watch for the knee.
Nice job by Zubko to bring it backside. He needs to get a hook here. If he's smart, hook that right leg. That's gonna hold you in position on top of his back. Gerges needs to just stand up, that's it.
He's up, he's free, 30 seconds. Big swing, and an uppercut lands.
What you're really seeing, Mike, is Gerges is worried about hitting the ground. Zubko is now saying, you know what, I'm not worried about hitting the ground, and it's gonna open up his striking. That's why he's the guy that's going after Gerges in these positions.
Good first round for Dragos. Best way to nullify a huge reach advantage is to fight on the inside, and that's exactly what the Dragon did in the first 5 minutes.
That is, you look at what he's doing, I think he's gained a lot of confidence in this. What happened in the first round is that, hey, I can stay with this guy, he can't out-muscle me. And in the stand-up, he's worried about me taking him down, and I'm not that worried about it. I think I can open up my hands and my kicks. You see Zubko going after him.
Yep. And again, utilizing the clinch. Again, working for underhooks. And taking away that size and reach advantage of Gerges, who did just land a good knee to the midsection of his opponent.
And when he's in this clinch position with the plum, this is where Gerges needs to start opening up. You're used to that position. That's something that comes naturally. Start to go after him.
And when you're that big, it doesn't take that much time or space to get that knee to land on your opponent.
It's all in the mentality, I don't want to hit the ground. And that's what is holding Gerges back at this time. He's in that, I don't want to be on my back. I don't want a guy on top of me where I'm not able to do what I feel comfortable doing. And he's got to work past this fear of hitting the ground and saying, I can do these things to stop you, and while I'm stopping you, I need to open up, like with an elbow right here. You've got to open up with offense. Offense is going to make the fight easier for you.
And even the few moments in which they have spaced out, if you will, and had a chance to strike, you don't see Gerges throwing the kicks like he normally would. Once again, because that makes him vulnerable to be put on his back by Dragos. who, when we saw the one moment in which there was a bit of ground and pound, had some pretty heavy hammer fists.
Yeah, and you know, the only kicks that you've seen from Hezdy Gerges is that low kick to the top of the calf area, lower knee, and he's that was a big left hand that stunned him.
That hurt him. Big left hand from Zubko, and he is in control here. And Hezdy Gerges is in trouble.
Zubko right now, knee on belly would be a good thing. Do not let Hezdy Gerges get up. Just start posturing and look for big, heavy shots with your elbows, with your hammer fists, with punches. You have a good chance of putting him in a position here where he will not survive the round.
Trying to get that mounted
He's
crucifix.
almost in that crucifix. He needs to put his head on the other side of the arm. Now he's got a crucifix. He needs to put his head down to the ground to lock that arm in place. He allowed Gerges to bring that left arm over. It's going to help block now, trap it down.
Good performance by Dragoš Zubko in his first mixed martial arts fight in 1,407 days. He has been dominant.
Good job by Gerges to explode and get up. And that is a lack of ground knowledge on Zubko. He had the ability to keep him there, didn't understand, I need to get my underhook on the far side, that'll keep him on his back. Allowed Gerges to move, blast up, get to his feet.
It appears as if Fighter Heart has recovered from that big left hook as well.
He's still taking some shots though.
That doesn't mean he wants to take another one, right?
Never.
Just over a minute on the clock now, John, here in round 2.
Zubko back to double unders. He's got a good position, utilizing that head as a third arm. Just getting out-muscled there by a guy. Good job by Gerges to get that underhook with his right arm. Neutralizes that position. There you go, going back to the Muay Thai plum. Start to bring the knees. When you can be effective, you've got to step on the gas and go after it. Don't wait.
Starting to breathe with his mouth open. Gerges wants to get heavy on Zubko here late in round 2 and is doing so. Nice elbow.
Nice right elbow.
Best strike that has landed thus far for Hezdy. And again, trying to work his way back into this fight.
Zubko landed a big left hook. That's stunned. Hezdy Gerges, watch this shot land. Boom. Not kidding. Got a little bit on the inside of the hand. That's why it didn't follow through all the way. But that hurt Gerges. Put him down at a certain point. Came back late in the round, but not enough to make up what had happened earlier. And right now, I've got Gerges down 2 rounds to nothing.
The best part of this fight for Hezdy Gerges was about that last 45 seconds of the round, Big John.
Yeah, absolutely. That was his best activity in this fight. And he needs to maintain that coming into this 3rd round.
He needs to keep throwing some leg kicks. And again, as you said, not fight in fear of being put on his back.
Especially now, you're down, so hey, start doing what you're good at. That is throwing your hands and throwing kicks. Set him up. Look towards a jump knee. All kinds of different things. You've got to get busy.
Because he needs a finish.
My opinion right now, he needs either a 10-8 round to bring this into a draw, or he needs a finish if he wants a win.
3rd and final round of this heavyweight fight.
Oh, that was a good shot. That hurt him right there.
That's what you were talking about, John.
Has a right hand that puts Zubko down. He needs to just maintain pressure, bring his hips back to Zubko's hips, put weight down on him, and just start opening up with shots. Don't stop right here. Don't all of a sudden become a submission guy. You are a striker, strike.
Much like we saw Zubko with the hammer fists.
Right now, he's not in a position where he can hold Zubko down, and Zubko is smart in getting up. But Zubko is not moving, but Gerges needs to open up with strikes. This is his chance to win this fight. Zubko with a 2-on-1, lets him up, and now Gerges needs some pressure. Come forward, go after him.
Again, combinations thrown by Zubko. Wide looping punches, but they're not coming one at a time. Perfect example again right there.
You're right, Mike. Came with the looping right. You saw Gerges, he blocked it, blocked those. Now that was a big swing and a miss, but I like the fact that at least he's going for it.
Midway point of the third and final round. Drago Zubko, for the majority of this fight, has been the first man literally to the punch, which has kept Hezdy Gerges off balance throughout this entire contest.
You see right here comes Hezdy, he's coming in, throws a leg kick, no punches to cover it. It's like, why? Why not throw your hands and then cover it and then bring the leg kick? You're gonna be more successful with that technique, and he knows that coming from his background.
Under 2 minutes now.
This right here is where Hezdy Gerges needs to separate from Zubko. Don't allow this clinch to maintain. You've got to open up with where you're strong, and that's going to be in your striking. And yes, you can hit with little tiny hammer fists or punches here, but nothing that's going to end the fight. Nice head position by Zubko, controlling it. He's got his underhook.
For a guy who went back to kickboxing for almost the last 4 years, John, he's putting together a pretty good game plan here tonight, and it's been effective against the much taller Hezdy Gerges.
Yeah, he's done a good job of making this fight kind of a little, bit of nastiness, a little bit of brawling in there, taking away a lot of the technique and making someone believe that, hey, I'm going to put you on this ground, whether he does or not at times. He's worked at it. He's done it a couple of times. This has been a good fight. This is the way if you're going to beat a really good kickboxer. Zubko, being a good kickboxer himself, has done exactly what he needs to do. That's what I'm talking about. This time in the clinch, all of this is wasted effort for Hezdy Gerges in trying to win this fight. He needed to separate. He needed to get back to a range where he could strike and possibly hurt Zubko.
His best opportunity was when he had Zubko down here in the third.
It absolutely was.
Instead, the Dragon doing a great job of controlling this heavyweight matchup as they go the distance. Hezdy Gerges, Dragos Zubko. The official decision from Milan, Italy, when we come back. This heavyweight fight goes the distance. The official decision is in, and once again, here's Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance inside the Bellator cage, we'll go to your three judges. All three, Doug Crosby, Ben Cartledge, Brian Miner. Seed exactly the same, 29-28 for the winner by unanimous decision, Dragos, the Dragon Zubko.
Johnny had a game plan, he stuck to it, and he earned the victory.
And that's why, because he said, you know what, I'm going to make it to where he believes I'm going to take it down. When I can, I will. and that will open up my striking, and he hurt him with his striking at times. You know, that was a big left hand that he hit him with in the third round. Hesdy Gerges had his chance. He had him hurt, and instead of putting himself in a position where he could strike well, he tried to stay to the side, almost looked like he was thinking about going for a choke. You've got to go with what brung you. You are a striker, start hitting him with big shots. That's the round that Gerges won. It wasn't enough to take the win overall. Our tale of the tape. Rafael Cavayo at 16-3, Vadim Nemkov at 10-2. These are two of the outstanding fighters in the Bellator light heavyweight division. Now we see Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bellator MMA from Milano, Italia now present the main event, 3 5-minute rounds in the light heavyweight division. Sanctioned by the Mohegan Tribe Department of Athletic Regulation, Chairman James Gessner, Chief of the Tribe Lynn Malerba, supervising at cage side Director Mike Mazzulli. And now on Paramount Network, we introduce first the blue corner. At 6 foot, weighing in 205.6 pounds. His professional record, 10 victories, 2 losses from Starohosko, Russia, presenting Vadim Nemkov. And across the cage, his adversary, out of the red corner, at 6'3", weighing in 205 pounds even, the former Bellator middleweight world champion, makes the move up to light heavyweight, bringing 16 professional victories, 3 defeats. By way of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, he fights out of Coconut Creek, Florida, USA, introducing Rafael, the Blessed Cavayo. And the referee in charge of the action, Kerry Hatley.
Okay, gentlemen, main event of the evening, obey yourself like main event fighters. Obey the rules and my commands at all times. Fight fair and hard. Touch gloves if you're going to. Here we go.
Just for the record, that tale of the tape was my birthday gift to you.
Oh, thank you very much.
And I hope you enjoyed it.
I like the fact that we had this little, face-off. You had, Cavayo, who speaks Brazilian, and Nemkov with Russian, and Kerry Hatley speaks Texan.
I was going to say, yeah, and he speaks Southern. Here we go. Main event, the former middleweight champion, Rafael Cavayo in the red gloves, 10-2. Vadim Nemkov in the blue gloves.
Mike,
big
he's
kick
hurt right
early.
now.
Looking for the finish right here, right now.
This is exactly where Rafael Cavayo did not want to be, on his back with Nemkov on top of him. That first nice little inside leg kick set up that high kick. Cavayo trying to get himself up off of his back, utilizing the cage, smart movement. Nemkov needs to just hold on, close his hands around him. That way you can bring him back down to the ground. Good shots by Nemkov.
Nemkov on a 5-fight win streak.
Beautiful inside trip and takedown by Nemkov. Pulling that leg out.
Looking to be very heavy on Rafael Cavayo, who did fight Chidi Njokuani at 190 pounds. This is his first ever fight at 205. His second fight since he moved to American Top Team and being trained now by none other than Juan Carnero.
Nemkov with a nice position. He was trying to lace those legs together with figure 4, a la a Khabib Nurmagomedov.
Good recovery by the former middleweight champion.
Yeah, he was definitely stung in that first little series, but he's back. Nice straight shots thrown by Cavayo.
Cavayo with the switch stance. Primarily he will fight from the southpaw, which he is in right now. Vadim Nemkov 3-0 in the Bellator cage.
Right now, Cavayo, you see him moving towards his left. I would suggest that he would move to his right. That's going to take some of the power off of that big right hand and big right kick that Vadim Nemkov lives off of. Don't want to walk into it.
Nemkov, 27 years old. Cavayo, 33 years old. Of course, Ryan Bader, the title holder at 205 and at heavyweight.
Nice takedown by Nemkov. Cavayo almost getting up, and you saw that Nemkov took away that arm, which ended up making it to where Cavayo could not get back to his feet.
The leader is here in the building. Fedor Emelianenko already. Kirill Sadilnikov with a victory here on Paramount. Now Vadim Nemkov looking for a victory in our main event of the evening. Careful where that knee goes.
Cavayo using a lot of energy, getting himself back up. Good job to get himself back up to his feet. Movement on his feet. He needs to start creating angles.
Nemkov is so strong.
He is. He's strong and fast. He's a fast twitch muscle fiber athlete.
Got him again, yep. Cavayo's been in many a battle throughout his professional career.
I think Cavayo is making a technical error in the fact that he keeps moving himself towards the power of Nemkov. He would be better off suited to move himself towards his left.
And Nemkov firing at will, John.
Nemkov right now is feeling good. He's utilizing that high head kick. He's keeping him at length when he wants. Another big right hand. Really impressed how Cavayo is working his way through some of these because he's been hurt, but he just keeps on sticking in there.
Nemkov, former combat sambo world champion. And he is just so aggressive through the first 4.5 minutes,
He's
spinning a
powerful. He's got heavy hands, man. When he hits you, he puts a ton of energy into that, and he just blasts right through you.
He had those vicious leg kicks against former champion Liam McGeary. Went the distance, earned the split decision against former champion Phil Davis. Now facing former champion Rafael Cavayo in a great first round for Vadim Nemkov.
Watch this low kick right here. It comes right back with the high kick. That hurts Cavayo. You see him give a little bit of a stagger, gets put down into the ground. Watch this thing land. Now the hand's up there, but it doesn't matter that the glove is protecting the head because the brain still gets rattled. Very nice round for Vadim Nemkov.
Round 2. And Cavayo comes out orthodox. Which may mean he will adjust, like you mentioned many times in round number 1.
Oh, he just adjusted right back to southpaw.
Not that adjustment. Juan Carnero training Rafael Cavayo. Of course, Juan Carnero, the trainer of the former champion Douglas Lima, who is just a couple of weeks away from his rematch against Rory McDonald in the finals of the welterweight World Grand Prix from the Mohegan Sun Arena, exclusively on DAZN. Frank Mir, big country goal the night before, and again, Nemkov connects.
He's hurt, Mike. You can see got pushed back into the cage. You saw that little staggering. That's because his legs are not working in a normal fashion. He felt that shot.
The reign of Cavayo at 185 was 945 days.
Pretty impressive when you think about that, who he was fighting. Like I said, he had that 15-fight win streak. He was impressive. Now that he's fighting those guys all in that top position and going up in weight, he's gonna have to figure out, where am I gonna be strong? Like I said, right now with his movement, he's always putting his lead leg to the inside of Nemkov's legs. That's putting him out of position to land that left hand that is so effective for him in most of his fights.
And there's lacing the legs as you talked about earlier.
He's in a mount position right here. He's actually moving himself out of that into side control as Cavayo tried to put his leg up. Now he's in half guard.
Nemkov, the younger brother of former M1 Global Light Heavyweight Champion Victor Nemkov. And they've actually fought each other before in a Russian combat Sambo title fight. They probably fought each other more than that.
I think they fought more than that.
Yeah, exactly. How about every morning over breakfast? Coming into this fight, and you and I talked about it, we knew that regardless of what Rafael Cavayo would look like at 205, that he would have his hands full, like anybody in the world, with this kid, Vadim Nemkov.
Well, I did one of Vadim Nemkov's first. I actually did an amateur fight of his in Russia. And when I saw him fight, I said, oh, who is this guy? And the only fights that he's had, I did his first loss. And it wasn't that he lost based upon the fight. He ran out of gas. He was beating the proverbial snot out of his opponent and gassed himself out and couldn't continue on in the fight. And I stopped it based upon he couldn't get himself off of the ground during the break.
Full mount for Vadim Nemkov, and that involved a long first round, didn't it?
10-minute first round in Japan, and he learned from it. You can see how he's altered what he's doing in fights. He's not going this crazy all out all the time. He's slowing himself down. He's picking his shots just like you're seeing now. Nice grapevining of the legs, heavy hip pressure down. Let me just sit here and just beat you up with little shots that'll open up into big shots like that elbow right there.
Looking for his third straight win over a former Bellator champion.
Cavayo needs to be very careful about giving his back to Nemkov.
Nemkov, it is all over! Vadim Nemkov submits Rafael Cavayo. Moves to 4-0 inside the Bellator cage. Second career win by submission for Vadim Nemkov.
Also third straight ex-Bellator champion that man now has a win over. Here's how this started. Here comes the kick from Cavayo, but look at the right hand. Boom! Right along the chin and neck. That puts Cavayo back into the cage. And you see Nemkov take him to the ground, mount him, and just start opening up. And it's all about that heavy hip pressure. Hit him with shots until he has to move. Now open up with bigger shots. Let him make the mistake of turning his back. I just said he cannot give his back. Sink in the rear naked choke. And that is a man that comes away with a beautiful second round submission victory.
It has been a long time since someone has submitted Rafael Cavayo. How about his professional debut? In 2011, Vadim Nemkov does it here tonight. All right, let's find out who will be popping a bottle of La Chemin Duois. Here is Michael C. Williams with the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the rear naked choke brings on the tap officially. 3 minutes, 56 seconds, round number 2, the winner by submission, Vadim Nemkov.
Vadim Nemkov knocks off his third straight. Former Bellator champion, he may have put himself right in championship contention at 205 pounds.
Here is that tail of the tape, 12-2 Musa, 9-4 Macedo, both at 33, which emphasizes what a big night tonight is. They're running out of time. Just the taller Musa, just the heavier Macedo. Let's get now to the voice of Bellator, to Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bellator Milan tonight on Channel 5 now features 3 5-minute rounds in the lightweight division. Introducing first, the blue corner, at 5'7", weighing in 155.6 pounds. His professional record: 9 wins, 4 losses. By way of Brazil, he fights out of Gothenburg, Sweden, presenting Rafael the Butcher Macedo. And across the cage, his adversary, out of the red corner, at 5'8", weighing in 154 pounds even. As a professional, 12 victories, just 2 defeats. He fights out of Manchester, England, Kane, the Danger Musa. In charge of the action, your referee, Kerry Hatley.
Man, that's where your hard work pays off. You ready? Ready?
Final alteration there from Kerry Hatley, and we're underway. And straight away, Macedo in those blue gloves tries to make his mark. High energy, all action start here in Milan.
Musa did a very good job of coming straight out. Looked like they were out of the collide, and what he did was he circled out at the last second to make sure he didn't take any damage. Very nicely done.
You said that this is where Macedo wants it, and this straight away is where he's got it. Takedown from Macedo.
Musa did a good job of putting us back to the fence. People think these days now, when you get the takedown, that it's easier to keep them down against the fence. It's actually easier to keep them down out in the center of the cage now. Guys have learned and educated themselves to use the fence as like a third leg to stand up like Musa's doing now.
Musa doing well to get himself back to his feet and give Macedo something to think about as well with that right hand.
Musa's usually the physically stronger guy than most guys, and then he's dealing with Macedo right now, who physically looks really powerful.
Macedo known as the Butcher, not for the usual MMA reasons, but because he used to work as one.
This is where Macedo lives, off of his single leg. He does a lot of work from the single leg work. He'll hit the single leg and he'll switch to a double, or he'll sit the single leg and he'll lift you like he was trying to do there. Very nice work what he does with the single leg from the transitions. He chain wrestles really well. I was talking with my partner, Big John McCarthy, earlier today, and in the days of guys just shooting the power double or hitting the single leg to the one takedown is gone. Now, Macedo's very good at chain wrestling. He puts things together very well. He shoots the single, goes to the double, doesn't get it, goes back to the single and tries to hike it. Wasn't able to get against Musa, but I'm simply saying that's the remedy for him today. He needs to make sure that he uses that quite a bit to try to make Musa tired.
Musa says that Macedo is levels below him. Macedo with a smile on his face. So we'll see. And we are seeing already over 2 minutes into this opening round. Kane Musa from All Powers in Manchester with Tony Musa, his uncle. Been a great influence on him. Right behind him here, looking after him tonight and coaching him on his way. Well, we reset and we go again.
A little bit of an early separation on that. You got to let the guys work a little bit. Musa was kind of punching the legs and hitting the body a little bit, trying to get his work.
Both having a good look at each other on their feet here. Macedo falling well short. Good footwork there from Kane Musa.
You saw kind of Macedo laugh a little bit like, you're going to try to take me down.
Macedo the aggressor in this opening round.
I think he got rocked a little bit there. His legs were a little wobbly underneath him.
Certainly busy, isn't he, here, the Brazilian Macedo?
He's going to try to set a pace that Musa doesn't want to fight. Like I said, this is where Musa makes his living right now. Presses guys to the fence, controls the position, and controls the ring tempo on when he wants to engage and he wants to fight. This is how he lives his career. It's smart. It is really smart. That's why he's a 12-2 record.
Cut on the nose there of Macedo on the bridge.
The upside of Cain Musa is sky's the limit. He's very talented, very good all the way around. You know, he likes to keep it on the feet and keep it pressed here to do damage and do work. He wants to win fights. This is how he plans to win fights as of now, and you'll see him growing, I think, from these fights moving on. Being in Bellator, higher level of competition and expectations also arisen. Right to the mount position.
Done well, Musa.
On the back.
Macedo in a little bit of trouble, needing to defend here.
Nice transition from Macedo, though, on the switch to the double leg. He was able to scoop the legs out from underneath. Nicely done.
Final 30 seconds of round one. A little bit of back and forth here. Musa got himself into a good position, but Macedo is very, very tough and very, very smart in there as well.
Good round for both guys.
Yeah, tough opening round. To score potentially there, Macedo and Musa. Musa likes to start so explosively, and Macedo was able to restrain him a bit there and do good work of his own.
Yeah, I think Macedo had the better exchanges as far as getting the takedowns. No damage was real done. I would give the damage part to Musa, but there wasn't enough of it. One or two didn't supplement the several times that he almost lost the position. I know that damage is the #1 criteria when you're trying to do the work, but it wasn't enough. There wasn't any point where Macedo was injured or hurt or it stumbled back or rocked back or legs went weak, so.
6 of those wins for Cain Musa. Come via knockout or submission, all of those in round one, just to emphasize that point, that he likes to start fast and strong. Likes to dominate early. And made to work here, as he was on his Bellator debut in Birmingham, won via a unanimous decision, but still a decision against Matthias Piscors.
Musa likes to control the pace of the fight, and I felt like in that last round he wasn't able to control the pace. So that will make him a little more tired as the fight goes. Macedo was living, there you go, he's living the life that he needs to win this fight. To the double leg, lifted, trying to trip the outside leg. Doing good work here, Macedo is.
That's the takedown there. Musa had caught him right at the start of the round with what looked a good solid shot, but not enough from Musa. Macedo was looking for that choke, but hand defense there from Musa.
Musa doing a great job of wrist control, keeping the wrist away also. Some guys, what they do is they grab the wrist and they keep it close to their body, and that still gives them control. You pull it out and away, it gives you space and room to move. I feel Musa needs to kind of step away from the cage a little bit and do a little bit more work in the open matted area, because this is where Macedo's trying to live. He's trying to live in this position where he can use the wrestling, switch positions, and get back on and pressing Musa to the fence.
Made his pro MMA debut as far back as 11 years ago, Cain Musa, but as I explained at the start, the story since has been a long and complicated one.
What I like that Musa's doing right now is he's got the forehead underneath the chin of Macedo, and he's keeping his posture up so then Musa can do damage. But this is, see, what I was talking about earlier. Macedo, this is where he lives, so if you've got to impress the fence, you're kind of living in his world. I feel like Musa needs to keep the fight out in the center and make Mercedo work for those takedowns. Nice job by Musa on getting back up.
Musa trying to get back to where he wants to be. The danger for Musa is that Mercedo turns it into his kind of fight and nicks a close decision. Seen it a million times, and if he just nicked the opening round, he could be on his way to that.
Musa doing a good job of keeping his forehead up underneath the chin of Mercedo and is keeping the posture up. Makes it a lot harder for Mercedo to turn it into a wrestling match when someone's got their chin or their forehead underneath your chin.
Mercedo does fight infrequently, only for once a year since 2017. Last fight was April 2018, but he comes here in good shape. He started well.
Less miles on him.
Yeah, there's always two ways of looking at that one, aren't there?
Yeah.
Knees there from Mercedo, just opening up a little. Dangerous for him, potentially. Musa just trying to throw those right hands to impress the judges and try and inflict some kind of damage.
I feel like Musa kind of has to understand the first round was really close, could have went either way. I gave the first round to Mercedo because of the takedowns and the exchanges and the scrambles that ended up him being on top. So I feel like if he wins this round, he leaves it up into his own hands in the third round to win the fight still. He's got to win this round, though. He's doing a good job of keeping him pressed against the fence, but he's got to do a little bit more work. We already saw earlier that the ref is willing to separate them if there's not a lot of action. Those are good knees, though.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Those knees will catch the eye of the judges in what looks like being 50 seconds to go. Another close round here. You always make this point, and John does as well, that it's not just about being in a dominant position. You have to work in that position to win those rounds.
It's not. Oh, he's getting close to that Kimura. He's on the far side. It's going to be hard for him to get it. He doesn't have the legs. The fence is kind of helping Musa also because now he has the fence to kind of hook his toes underneath the little buckle at the bottom there, the padding, so he doesn't get swept over. Now Musa needs to do work. It doesn't mean just because he's on top that he's winning this round. He needs to do work. He's in that triangle position, 10 seconds left. He needs to get out, posture, start landing some heavy strikes. You got a couple seconds left.
Mercedo still fighting from the floor. Little smile between them there. They both look tired at the end of this second round. He scored the first round to Mercedo, very, very tight. What about the second, Josh?
I mean, honestly, the second round could have went either way. And just to make it interesting, I'm going to give it to Ken Musa. But I honestly couldn't tell you who the judge is going to give it to.
So you're being that kind of judge. You're a sporty judge then tonight.
Yes. Mercedo with the nice takedown, shot the double leg. Remember what I told you about the takedowns aren't there on the first time because Kane stopped it and he was able to switch to the double and trip. Got the takedown. There he was again on the second time. He believes he won that round. That's why he walked away with his hands up.
There he is, the convincer. Third and final round. Kane Musa, great talent from Manchester, up against Rafael Mercedo, the butcher from Salvador in Bahia in Brazil. And needless to say, we've got it close.
If you could have seen between rounds, both fighters were breathing extremely heavy. Mercedo was actually hunched over. His corners were pushing his back up against the fence just to keep his lungs open. Musa was taking a lot of heavy, heavy, deep breaths.
They're both experienced in years. 9 and 4 Mercedo, Musa 12 and 2. Plenty of experience in the cage as well. They'll need every ounce of that here.
I mean, they're virtually identical, as Goldie would say. I feel like he's living in Macedo's world right here by pressing him to the fence. He's giving him an opportunity to get the reverse. He's got the fence being grabbed, which kind of stopped his transition on the single leg dump. Ref was on the opposite side, so he didn't see the fence grab until towards the end.
More pressure here from Musa.
Nice switch on that. He's trying to circle to the back. He's got to hip heist that left leg back so he can get it up. Musa needs to switch to a double leg and try to suck his legs out from underneath him. I don't know if he's gonna be able to. Now he hit the Reese switch, which was nice.
Tell you what, though, however it ends up here, this is some performance from Macedo, who was the underdog going into this, and it's very, very tight. A lot of people expected explosive Musa. Macedo has proved to be tough and game, full of spirit, trying to take this big Bellator chance. Into the final 3 minutes of the fight.
If you follow Macedo, if you see the fact, like in some of his past fights, he looks tired in the first round. Then you see him in the second round, he looks tired. It's almost like he gets his second win coming into the third, and he ends up performing really well. He's someone that can fight through fatigue, and you're seeing it here right now.
His last 3 fights all went to the judges, 2 wins in those, and this is looking like it's going the same way.
My concern is that Musa thinks he's winning the fight because he's got him pressed to the fence. And maybe the judges will see it that way, but I can tell you right now, it could potentially be 2-0 Macedo.
And to use the old phrase, it comes down sometimes to what you like, what the judges are looking for, and this might be one of those fights, but the cut there on Macedo becoming more and more evident and serious. Same cut, I think, on the bridge of the nose, just opened up.
Might be over the eye.
Yeah, well, the blood's going into that left eye, isn't it? I think you're right, it might be another cut. That'll encourage Musa.
That will also let the judges know that he's doing the damage. But there's a chance that he may need a finish in this round to win, or at least a 10-8 round to get a draw.
That blood is really hampering Macedo. Going into both of his eyes from the angle of his head.
Did a good job of reversing him, pressing him to the fence.
See Musa saying how long's left. Final minute.
Those aren't things that fighters should be concerned about. With a minute left in the round, he needs to get busy. He needs to worry about that more than anything.
There's a good knee there from Macedo as well. Musa wasn't expecting that. Plenty of fight left in this battling Brazilian. Macedo just altering his position there, taking a look at the big screen. You'd have to say that it's been more Macedo's kind of fight than Musa's. That's already a bit of a triumph for him. He's looking to finish strong here. Last 15 seconds now. Looks like it is going to go to the judges here. And it's going to be mighty, mighty tight. Again, they both hear that final bell. The close third round as well. You had it 1-1 with your sporting judging, Josh. How did you see that final round?
I could see it being 30-27 for Macedo, or I could see it being 29-28 for Macedo. The overall deal is that Musa needs to make the adjustments between the rounds. The coaches in the corners need to tell him, like, hey, we're losing some of the exchanges. Sure, we're pressing him to the fence, but we're losing some of the exchanges on the turns.
Take a look at how Macedo was cut. Elbow from Musa. Right there.
There you see the blood starting to trickle right over the left eye. nice work. I don't know if it was enough for him to win the round. And the second round was really close, could have went either way.
Yeah, but as you said, the cut can often influence the judges.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go to your 3 judges at cage side. Your first judge, Sal D'Amato, scores the fight 30-27. He has the fight for Musa. Your second judge, Brian Miner, scores it 29-28. He sees the fight for Macedo. Your third and final judge at cage side, Doug Crosby, scores the fight 29-28 for the winner. By split decision, Rafael the Butcher Macedo.
Rafael Macedo gets it by split decision. Kane Musa can't believe it, but Macedo gets the win of his life here. The tail of the tape, look at that age difference, 14 years. Look at the height difference, 5'8" against 6'2". A massive reach advantage too for Yannick Bahati. He has the statistics in his favor. Can he do it tonight? Let's start to find out and get to our MC, to Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to Milano, Italia, live on Channel 5. We're set now for the Bellator Milan main event. 3 5-minute rounds in the light heavyweight division. Sanctioned by the Mohican Tribe Department of Athletic Regulation Chairman James Gessner, Chief of the Mohican Tribe Lynn Malerba, supervising at cage side Director Mike Mazzulli. And now, first, introducing the blue corner. At 6'2", weighing in 205.6 pounds, his professional record, 9 wins, 4 losses, fighting out of Birmingham, England, presenting Yannick Black Mamba Bahati. And across the cage, his adversary fights out of the red corner. At 5'8", weighing in 205.2 pounds, the veteran professional enters tonight with 31 victories, 14 defeats, 1 draw. From Amsterdam, Netherlands, ladies and gentlemen, introducing Melvin No Mercy Manhoef. In charge of the action, referee Kerry Hatley.
All right, man, went over the rules in the dressing room. Obey those rules at all times, obey my commands at all times, and protect yourself at all times. If you're going to touch them up, let's do it now. Let's go to work.
Final instructions then from our referee, Kerry Hatley. The first thing that strikes you, and will do at home as well with the visuals as it did at the weigh-in, is the height difference, Josh. What Melvin Manhoef has to overcome here, and we expect an explosive start.
You can just see the two of them squared up in the center of the cage. You can see the size and the thickness difference.
But Manhoef has always thrived off these challenges as the shorter man with huge power. All those first round victims as he finds his range early and lets that right hand go. But Bahati wants it on the floor where he has the massive edge, and that's what he was looking for early.
What he wants to do is he wants to try to slow Melvin Manhoef down. He may be 43 years old, but guess what? He's still fast, still explosive, still possesses power. Power is the last thing to go, and he still has it.
He did well there to escape the clutches of Yannick Bahati. His personal story is just a triumph as he looks for that outside leg kick. Someone who came from the Democratic Republic of Congo with his family and found a way to live a life, to have a career, sacrificed so much to move into MMA. for those kicks early, Bahati. Trying to use those long legs. Right hand from Manhoef. Right down the pipe. Bahati's in trouble. Manhoef ground and pound and looks for the finish.
It's kind of put Melvin Manhoef exactly where Bahati wanted him, though. Even though he doesn't want Manhoef on top of him, he's still in a position where he can control the speed and the distance now. Melvin's always been one of those guys. When you hit him, he wants to hit you back. And so when he rocks you, he gets after you and tries to finish you. But unfortunately, it's put him in one of these positions now where he's potentially going to get swept or potentially end up back to his feet, which is where he should be.
Certainly where he wants to be. It's a good shot, though, from Manhoef. We saw that power.
I talk all the time with Big John McCarthy about how speed kills. Even though Melvin is the smaller guy, you saw right there how the speed is a huge factor. He was able to drop Bahati with some good combinations, a good shot, sat him to his butt.
Oh, he's got the leverage now, and he's letting those shots go.
He's got it.
Bahati's hurt, and Manhoef rolls back the years at the age of 43. Everyone expected the upset, but Manhoef shows his class, and what a display.
He came out on his terms, did everything he wanted to do, kept the distance really well, let his hands go with speed and power. I was concerned when he jumped on top. When he got on top, he didn't pull any punches. He let the ground and pound go, and oh my goodness. Unbelievable.
Let's take a look back as he soaks up all the adoration.
It was more of an off balance. He caught the leg a little bit and punched. The punch kind of grazed right there over the glove and the shoulder. Didn't even really make contact, just knocked him off balance. But this is where the speed played a factor. The follow-up there, he jumped on top, was able to do some work. He gets into the half-guard position. They scramble a little bit. He lets a couple punches go. Bahati was already rocked after the very first left-handed punch, and he's just taking shots from then on out. That's next level ground and pound you just saw right there. Unbelievable. Great job, great work by Melvin Manhoef.
Just staggering, another round one win for Manhoef. And all the talk that he might call it a day tonight, well, no. He may yet do so, but after a display like that, it would seem unlikely. Bahati was not happy with the stoppage, but that's down to disappointment, isn't it? He knows what a chance this was. He knows how long it might be before he gets another one. Melvin Manhoef, wow, that is a triumph for people in their 40s everywhere watching on. Some felt he and his reputation might even be a sacrificial lamb, but he has proved just how good he still is. We're going to hear from him as well with Josh after we make the decision official. There's a lot of love here for Melvin Manhoef. Let's get to Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, it comes to an end officially. 2 minutes, 29 seconds, round number one. The winner by knockout, Melvin No Mercy Manhoef.
He's saying, it's my town. And let's get over now to Josh, who's with the extraordinary Melvin Manhoef.
Here with your winner, Melvin Manhoef. You had a dominant performance, came in, able to catch the leg and get the takedown off of that, jumped on top. A lot of people were saying that you wouldn't be able to last with him on the ground because that's what his game plan was. You saw right from the beginning he wanted to take you down. When you got on top, you did next level ground and pound, got the devastating knockout. Is this exactly how you planned it going down?
Yeah, of course. We knew that he wanted to go to the ground. And I know that I'm strong. My defense is good. And I was prepared on this, you know. And, you know, I can knock people out from stand-up and on the ground. I let it see again.
You've had a legendary career. There was a lot of talk
Is this potentially going to be your last fight? Are we going to look to see you fight again?
You know, this is my last fight on the contract of Bellator. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to look further because I feel good. I'm 43 years old, but I still feel good. And this tastes like more for me, but you have to negotiate first. So maybe there is something.
You looked absolutely phenomenal tonight. I want to wish you congratulations. Great job. You've had a legendary career. If we don't see you back in here again, I hope we do, to be honest.
I hope if I don't come back. I've enjoyed people for a long time, and then this is going to be my last. But to finish like this, I'm very honored for you guys. Thank you very much for all the support and everything what you gave me.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Melvin Manhoef.
Goodbye, but not quite from Melvin Manhoef. There's the team who guided him to this. You always felt that they were confident, and he has proved them absolutely right with a terrific display on the floor, ground and pound, and Bahati beaten here. Here's the tail of the tape then. Reese's 7 years, Paterno's senior. Paterno has that slight height advantage. Reach is with Reese. 8-1, Ashley Reese. Can he extend it tonight? Let's get to Michael C. Williams.
Live on Channel 5, Bellator Milan now presents 3 5-minute rounds in the welterweight division. Introducing first, the blue corner, at 5'10", weighing in 170.4 pounds. His professional record near perfect, 8 wins, just 1 loss. Fighting out of Stoke-on-Trent, England, presenting Ashley the Beast Reese. And across the cage, his adversary fights out of the red corner at 5'11", weighing in 170.4 pounds. As a professional, 12 victories, 3 defeats, 1 draw. Fighting out of Milano, Italia, introducing Stefano Paterno. In charge, your referee Dan Mergliata.
So Reese in the blue gloves, Paterno in the red. Milan-born Stefano Paterno. And they're right behind him here. They've made a lot of noise tonight. Good kick there, rangefinder for him to start. Then the outside leg kick from Reese to follow. Both trying to use those kicks straight away, and a right hand from Paterno.
Paterno, like I said, had a very similar fight against Giorgio Petrini. And when he had that fight, he basically gave away the first 2 rounds, laying in guard when he lost the takedown. Came out and turned it on in the 3rd round, ended up having a 10-8 round. It was a draw. But he could have tried to get up once he got taken down. He didn't do that. I'm hoping he learned his lesson, because this is basically a very similar fight, if not the same exact fight, when he fought Petrini. Started off nice, though, with some good combinations. A head kick to start off. Make Reese keep his hands high up his head, so it's harder to shoot it on the takedown.
This from Paterno. Powerful start. Has caught a few people by surprise, including, I think, Ashley Reese here.
Reese is a little bit of a slow starter sometimes. He's taking a big shot there. That head kick that came off right in the beginning that let him know, like, hey, I'm not here to mess around.
Reese then using his considerable strength. Trying to use those skills on the ground now, Reese. Getting his head into a good position here.
This is where he does not want to be. He doesn't want to just hang out in the guard trying to shoot attacks. He either needs to shoot the attack and get back to his feet, or he needs to try to get back to his feet, and if he can't, then he needs to shoot the attack. Reese already got bloodied up, bloody nose right off the bat. Good combinations, good right hands in that first couple of exchanges.
Yeah, it's a really bloody nose. It's leaking badly here in the opening round.
That's usually signs of a broken nose when it's bleeding that bad and that fast.
What a start for Paterno, causing damage. It would be his dream start.
But Reese is one of those fighters that will make his career right here. He's taking him down, now he's doing work on top. It's gonna be harder though also for Reese to hold him down because of all the blood and how sweaty they are. But it's very hard to win a fight off your back, trying to land punches from the bottom.
And listen for a moment to this Milan crowd. Stefano. Reese getting to his feet.
Paterno needs to work on getting back to his feet. They're a little bit too sweaty now for that triangle to really be set in. You see him trying to sweep. He'll try to hit this scissor sweep. He goes from the scissor sweep to the triangle attempt. But when there's this much blood, it's very hard to finish that triangle.
Final minute and a half of round one here in Milan. Ashley Reese.
I'd like Paterno to try to get back up to his feet. That's where he had the most success. That's what caused all the blood. That's what caused the cut. That's what caused the broken nose.
He's trying to do that work to the body here, Reese. Trying to make little dents in Paterno. Paterno with the elbow into that nose, and then Reese responding well. Up kicks there from Paterno. And kicks to the body from Reese.
Reese has got to be careful of that up kick. He's kind of hanging out in that position there. You see Paterno going for the heel hook. It's going to be hard to get because they're so bloody. I would say sweaty, but there's more blood than there is sweat.
It's pretty clearly not sweat. Yeah.
Yes.
But you've always made the point, normally as the fight goes on, how much harder those arm bars and heel hooks are, but of course it's the blood that makes it hard in this opening round.
There's several submissions that are a little easier to get when you're sweaty. The guillotines, the rear nakeds, those are the ones that are a little bit easier to get when you're sweaty because the arm slides underneath the chin just fine. The triangles and the arm bars are a little hard to get when you're sweaty. You guys can just pull out. Same thing with the ankle locks.
And they're going to work on that nose of Reese in between rounds, and goodness knows it needs it. They are tough men. Dan Murigliotto with a look there at the nose of Reese. Good start from Paterno, and then Reese came back into it. How did you score that opening round?
So I'm going to score the opening round. I'm going to actually score it for Paterno, but let's take a look at the replay here. So you can see when he starts to press him to the fence, he actually pulls his nose across the face of Paterno. When he does that, shortly after, his nose starts bleeding. So I'm wondering if him raking his own nose across Paterno's forehead did the damage. Nice little elbow there, but he was already bleeding before that, so. But not that bad.
Let's go, let's go.
So it could have came from the elbow.
Just a little shoulder up into the nose as well. It might have had something to do with it. Well, they've done what they can to clean him up, but of course Paterno will be targeting that.
I mean, it looks as if the cut guy did a very good job of stopping the bleeding. Paterno goes right back to the head kick to start the round, which is smart.
Started both rounds the same, looking for those low kicks as well. Reese really accurate with those inside leg kicks.
The speed is definitely a factor. Paterno's the faster of the two on the stand-up.
Paterno happy on his feet. Did some damage in that round one, which Josh narrowly scored to him. I don't want it to sound like a broken record, though. These are close rounds, and it's already been one of those nights.
Yeah, that first round, I don't think it was close. I would have given it to Paterno hands down. He did the most amount of damage, and you saw from the elbows. He was even doing a little bit more work from the bottom position. I'm pretty surprised that Paterno's putting himself in this clinch position here. Well, he's got the double under, so that's a little bit more of an advantage for him to be in that position. But if Reese is able to kind of wiggle himself back in to an over-under position, there you go.
Good performance so far from the 24-year-old Italian. Trains here in Milan at Atletica Box. Dangerous man in his own right. 11 of those 12 wins by knockout or submission, 5 in the first round. And he's 7-1-1 in his last 9 fights, Paterno. Good operator.
Nice little elbows there. That makes the guy rethink whether he wants to hang out down there on the legs. You see Reese let go of the grip and he had the hands locked.
With a good uppercut there, and again.
Some nice little dirty boxing there. This is all about Randy Couture right here.
The left hook, he's hurt here, Reese.
He's hurt, he's trying to stay in the pocket, but Reese is fighting back.
Oh, right hand again from Paterno. Looks for the knee to finish.
He's in big trouble right here. He needs to get up off of his knees and get back to the upper body, otherwise he'll start getting hit with some elbows again.
Great sustained pressure from Paterno, and then really accurate boxing. Those hooks all landed left and right.
Reese is in big trouble here because he's already tired of fatigue from all the shots that he's taken. Sending that doors here. He's trying to roll it through.
Paterno looking for the finish. The crowd waiting to celebrate, and Reese hanging on.
Reese doing a good job of defending. Notice how he's got his left arm there straight. There, he's out. That's another move that's hard to get when you're sweating and obviously with all this blood.
He is one tired fighter though here, Ashley Reese.
Paterno needs to basically turn his back off the fence, start letting the hands and the combinations go. They're both extremely tired because they use a lot of energy in that position. In that last couple of exchanges.
Will he just get the energy from what we can hear around us here, Paterno? They're almost standing still at the moment. Reese with so much talent, so much ability, and seen as one of the potential coming stars of Bellator, but a lot of people this week were saying what a tricky fight this was for him. And so far, it is looking that way because he scored the opening round, which pretty much everyone would for Paterno. He's winning this round heavily.
I had told you about Paterno's fight when he fought Petrini, and he started off slow. This time he started off at a faster pace, and he's landing good shots with the elbows on the knee there.
I saw Reese's knees buckle there with those elbows.
He's just too tired. He's taking too many shots, starting to get shoulder fatigue. Paterno doing a great job, stepped over right to the mount position. Reese making a mistake, a young mistake. This is inexperience of trying to fight from the bottom. Instead of trying to escape, he's trying to punch and fight from the bottom. That's a huge mistake when you're mounted.
Seconds ticking away in this second round. Those elbows have been devastating from Paterno in this round. Won it comfortably. Reese will get a chance now to reset, and he needs a massive, massive third round now. Ashley Reese.
I could potentially say that was a 10-8 round for Paterno.
Well, you could see it that way. And let's take a look back at why it might have been, Josh.
Nice little dirty boxing here. That whole Randy Couture style, hold the head and take some shots. Right there, boom, boom, he's holding the head, doing a great job. Nice little knee snuck in there well. But what I like to see is Reese was fighting back the whole time. Got hit, boom, beautiful right hand. You can see Reese's legs wobble, go out from underneath him a little bit. Again, right there on the button. Nice work by Paterno, and he never once got overzealous with it and got out of position to where Reese could capitalize.
Well, he's shown some character. Ashley Reese. What does he have left, though? Because whatever happens, whether you scored that 10-8, he needs a massive, massive round to have any chance. Might even need the finish. Long left hand there from Reese to
I'll give you
start
the big
things off.
The big John McCarthy unofficial card is 10-8 round that last round and 10-9 in the first. So Reese needs to get a finish.
Of course, anything can happen in this most unpredictable of sports, but Paterno is the man in the driving seat.
Paterno looks the fresher of the two guys also, not just the fact that Reese is taking shots, but he looks the fresher of the two. Got a little bit more pep in his step. He's also not bouncing around too much. He's letting Reese come to him.
Inside leg kick from Reese, but unless he's setting something up here, he needs more than this. A minute already gone of the third and final round.
Reese looks like he's looking for the takedown, but a takedown's not going to win in this fight. He's waiting for Paterno to overcommit so he can get the takedown.
But Paterno's smart with regard to that tactic. He can almost stay at range and win it from there now.
He goes back to that head kick, even though that one missed. What that's doing, I was trying to explain earlier, when you throw the head kick on someone that wants to wrestle, it keeps their hands up by their head. So now they got to bring their hands all the way down towards your legs to try to get to the takedown. It just takes too long. It's an opportunity for Paterno to see the takedown coming if you continue to throw the head kick. Gives him enough time to defend.
Reese looking for that left hand, but Paterno's doing well with his feet, and he blocked that shot. Left hook there from Paterno as Reese came in. Good boxing this from Paterno. Throwing in those kicks as well. Really clever this from Paterno.
I'm believing that Reese has a broken nose because his mouth is wide open. He's not breathing through his nose, he's breathing through his mouth. Paterno shakes his head as if like, oh, you caught me. He just caught him with a big overhand right.
And again, Reese's legs wobbled. He knows he can hurt him when they're on their feet. He's done it time and again in this fight, Stefano Paterno. And again, they are on their feet for him. Been a much quieter third round, but in a way that suits the local fighter. Great work done in the opening two.
I'm actually surprised that Paterno's trying to walk him down. You would think that Reese would be the one trying to press the action and get it going.
One thing Ashley Reese has proved so far tonight is his immense heart and stickability, but he's going to need something really dramatic here. The risks there that Paterno doesn't really need to take here.
Well, he's got some whiskers on him. He took some clean shots early in the fight and early into the second round as well. kept himself still on his feet.
There's another of those high kicks. Ashley Reese, younger man, was an athlete, really good runner. Said, though, that he never liked team sports, likes to get the job done himself. And, well, he's got just under a minute to get it done. It's all on him now.
He's got to really let it go. He's got a minute left.
What a night so far for Stefano Paterno. Can he close it out? Must be way ahead, you would think. Hard to see how he isn't.
He's fighting hard for that takedown and didn't get it. 20 seconds left.
All Paterno needs to do is hold on here. No silly mistakes.
Great takedown. Nice scramble, though, from Reese.
Reese swinging wildly now. Blood pouring from that nose, but Paterno finishes with a big shot. They smile and they embrace. Paterno, in front of his home crowd, has produced a great display there, Josh.
He did everything that I thought he needed to do after watching his Petrini fight. And just thinking to myself, you gave away the first 2 rounds in that fight. This is a very similar fight. You can't let the same thing happen. He came out here from the get-go, jumped on Reese, never let the young man get started, and he dictated how the fight was going to go down from beginning to end. Great job by Paterno.
Yeah, still they work on that nose of Ashley Reese as we take a look back at some of the action here. See the swelling there on the face of Reese. Here you go, Josh.
Nice little elbow from the bottom, boom. There was a little bit of blood already, but you can see from that elbow, the blood starts pouring right after that. Nice exchange here into the second round. Hit him with that dirty boxing. He's holding the head, pulling the head down as he hits and punches. Nice, clean right hand. Beautiful. That actually wobbled Reese's legs, got him to move backwards. Look at the damage on his face. It just tells it all on how the fight actually went. Great job by Paterno.
Yeah, sometimes the faces don't tell the story, but in this fight, they really do. Look at the crowd here, 5,500. This great little arena just down the road from San Siro, the big football stadium.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance inside the Bellator cage, we go now to your 3 judges. Your first judge, Jorand scores the fight 30-27, while judges Sal D'Amato and Doug Crosby both see it the same, 29-27. I'll have it for the winner by unanimous decision, Stefano Paterno.
It's a great win, and it's a popular win here. Big smile on the face of Stefano Paterno. One local hero getting the job done. Tail of the tape then. Sakara recorded 23-13. Grigsby is the older fighter, and he has that slight height advantage and reach advantage. Sakara, though, powerful and hopes to be dominant and dramatic. Let's get now to Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, for all those in attendance tonight here at Allianz Cloud, Bellator MMA now presents the moment you've all been waiting for. 3 5-minute rounds in the light heavyweight division. Introducing the blue corner first, At 6'3", weighing in 198 pounds even, his professional record 8-7. He fights out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, USA, Kanan Super Beast Grigsby. And across the cage, his adversary fights out of the red corner at 6'1", weighing in 206 pounds even. Tonight, he stands with 23 professional victories, 13 defeats, training out of Coconut Creek, Florida, USA. He hails proudly from Roma, Italia, introducing Alessio Legionario Sakara. When the bell rings, the referee in charge, Brian Miner.
Gentlemen, went over the rules in the back. Fight hard, keep it clean. You want to touch gloves, do it now? Good luck to you both.
They've stayed to see Sakara. Roman, but hugely popular all over Italy. And it's normally fast and explosive with both of these men. But Sakara in particular, 4 of his 5 Bellator fights ended in round 1, yet to make it to round 3 with Bellator, starting with 2 excellent low leg kicks there. And already piling the pressure onto Grigsby, who can bang as well, but he's down, and Sakara going for the finish inside 25 seconds, and he has it. Sakara's back all right. Huge start, winning start, and the crowd on their feet for Alessio Sakara. Well, Grigsby still down here. So obviously our concerns with him, but Sakara in 23 seconds grabs the victory.
When he comes out with his kicks, whether it's body kicks or leg kicks, that helps set up his hands, and that showed right from the beginning. There's times where he gets carried away with just the boxing and staying in the boxing range. When he starts off with his kicks and finishes with his hands, he's one of the dangerous fighters in the world.
Kanan Grigsby is up on his haunches in front of us in excruciating pain with the doctors, but he looks okay. And let's take a look back at it now, Josh.
You see, right from the beginning, they touch gloves. He comes out, blocks the kick, boom, throws his own kick right back, then throws another one because he sees it has some sort of effect. Then he lets his hands go. I was concerned he was going to get carried away, get a little bit right there by letting his hands go too much. Then he landed a clean shot, nicely done, right to the body, nicely done. It's that borderline right above the belt line. Boom, nicely done. Right on that black line there. Those are nasty, those hurt to take the wind right out of you.
Yeah, I mentioned Grigsby down on his haunches in front of us in agony. That was why, that body shot. And to have the presence of mind when you've got him in trouble, to find that angle and find that shot, that's a sign of a great finisher.
Yeah, he picked and chose his shots at the end there. He got a little carried away in the middle of that exchange. But then at the end, he was able to land that clean body shot.
Well, Josh is going to make his way up into the cage. We'll hear from Alessio Sakara, who I'm sure will have plenty to say in front of this fantastic crowd. Record now, 24-13. Yet another Bellator win in round 1. 5 of his 6 fights now have finished in round 1, and he banishes the ghosts of that Kent Coppenden defeat as well, where he got carried away And as he was going in for the finish, you wondered, because Grigsby can certainly punch, whether it might happen again, but this time Sakara just too strong, too good, too accurate, and too powerful as well. Let's get up now to Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, it comes to an end. 23 seconds, round number 1. The winner by TKO, Alessio Legionarius
Sakara then with a win inside 23 seconds. Josh is getting into position now. We can hear now from the winner with Josh.
Dominant performance, 25 seconds. Tell me, how good does it feel to get this win right here in this crowd?
I speak in Italian for everyone. Ragazzi, io ero molto emozionato perché dopo l'ultimo incontro c'avevo un po' d'ansia e voglio dire grazie a tutti voi perché non mi avete abbandonato dopo la sconfitta di Genova. Grazie. Thank you very much for my fans because the last fight time lost. The people told me you come back more strong and they're giving me a lot of power, my fans. Yeah.
So with a dominant performance tonight, who should we expect from you next? Who is there someone else you're looking to fight?
Every people know, the Bellator know, I don't care, I training a lot. The best team in the world, America top team, Coconut Greek. I have the America top team, Italy. I'm so happy. I love fight. I love fight.